Would the meeting please come to order? The time is 4:05. I apologize to my colleagues. Had a necessary phone call that went a little longer than I had hoped. And with that, we're beginning what is the City Council regular meeting of July 14th, 2026. At this time, I would like the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agron.
Here. If the clerk would just take a few minutes at this time to describe to those who may be participating remotely, as well as to those who are here in the council chamber, precisely how they can participate.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 160-043-4844. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-254-5252 or 669-216-1590 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on our City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.gov/agendas. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And at this time, our first item of business is a closed session. I'm going to turn to our city attorney, Jeff Melching, to describe the nature of the closed session, after which time we'll be convening in that session. Mr. Melching?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 items on for closed session consideration this afternoon. The first is a conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.91. The case is Marianne Frericks versus City of Irvine et al., Orange County Superior Court, case number 30-2024-0143-4573. The second item is a public employee appointment under Government Code Section 54957, and the position there is interim city manager, and that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Melching. With that, we are scheduled to return to the dais here at 5 o'clock. At this time...
Mr. Mayor, I apologize for the interruption. We do have one member of the public who wishes to speak.
All right. I did not know that. Thank you. At this time, please call that person forward.
Thank you. Our speaker is Mr. Thunderstriker. Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Let the minutes show that it's E-Planet Thunderstriker Wristwalker. So I hope this new manager deals with some of the corruption I've been dealing with around here. When I'm here last year submitting paper that 2 days before, submit things, say things, criminal infractions, nothing gets done. The media doesn't report about that. Today, I'm going to be talking very much about the World Citizens Organization with the rule. It can be accepted everywhere. It had a geopolitical event. Before I came to Irvine, I came here, talked about newspapers shutting down instead of reporting on all this. Well, I'm finding out a whole lot of things since I've been out here. One is I'm probably not just Mensa, but Mensa's Mensa. And as far as like delusion and stuff, we need to talk about cognitive mass delusion in America. The fact that our social trust is so low, and that I'm coming here saying people are seeing it going on. And you know, the things that go viral is some guy jumping up saying they're trying to take away my social security at a city council meeting. And it's like, wait a minute, the media here is not reporting on criminal activity, the music industry. So I'm going to talk, just cut through the noise and all the stupid people, that the World Citizens Organization's rule can be accepted where I'm trying to deploy it on a collective intelligence substrate. I've been spoofed while I'm at the library. That whole artificial general intelligence, everything up until mid-November was at a standstill. Whoops, I'm getting spoofed while I'm doing, I'm not going to talk about it right now, and then boom, you have this big break. And then that happened again in last May related to semantics. So now it's like, well, now I have elements going up on the World Citizens Organization, a civics organization. The fact that it has not been talked about here in the most diverse community in America. So I'm hoping that whatever you guys are talking about with the city manager is going to try, because, you know, when social trust gets as low as it is, where we have tinted windows on school buses, our kids are growing up with first-person shooter drills. And I think just recently, okay, this is the one thing that's going to be bittersweet for all people around here. The last full scenario. Everything that everybody talks about me related to the last 2 years, you take what the last, and if you don't know what it is, you know, it's civilizational primitive. I'm trying, and you know how well that goes on Reddit.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. And having heard those remarks, taking them into consideration, we will now be convened to closed session and return at 5 p.m. sharp. Would the meeting please come to order again? We apologize. We were in closed session longer than anticipated. And in light of the delay, we're going to just adjust the agenda a little bit so as to accommodate a report, a presentation from our representative from the Tustin Unified School District. But in keeping with the requirements of state law and tradition, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance at this time, and will be led in the pledge by Councilmember Betty Martinez-Franco. Please stand. To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Please be seated. We'll have the invocation and the musical presentation after this presentation. So at this time, I would like to turn to what is item 2.1 on our agenda. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 2.1 is a presentation, as you mentioned, by Tustin Unified School District.
Thank you. And of course, Zoom speakers can raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue if they wish to comment on this matter if they wish. The city, let me just introduce this by saying the city allocates funds to many local organizations. We do this as a part of our budget in order to provide important services and programs to our community. We've asked our major partners that receive more substantial city funding or support, whatever we might provide, to make annual presentations to the City Council. This continues our ongoing commitment to transparency. We're very proud that as a city for many years now, we have, as a municipality, this isn't done in other cities, we make both in-kind and cash contributions to the school districts, which have schools in the city of Irvine. And most people don't know we actually have 4 operating school districts within the city of Irvine. The Santa Ana Unified, Saddleback now as well, and Irvine Unified School District, of course, and Tustin Unified School District. I think there are 4 or is it 5 operating schools administered by Tustin Unified School District. We in turn send some money to the school district in order to support programming and add a little something by way of municipal funds to our otherwise self-funded school districts. So at this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephanie Yang, who is Educational Services Director. I'd like you to come forward and make this annual presentation, if you would, and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Stephanie Yang, and I'm here on behalf of Tustin Unified, and we would love to share about how the City of Irvine's Educational Partnership Fund is making a direct and measurable impact for our students in Tustin Unified as well as Irvine Unified. Do I use this? Sorry. Before we get into the numbers of the fund, I just wanted to provide a quick overview of the students that we serve within Tustin Unified. We service 21,600 students. About 50% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and about 16% are EL learners. And out of our 28 schools, we do have 4 schools that do receive our Irvine funds. Out of the $196,000 that we receive from our Irvine funding, we have allocated in 2 different ways. One pathway is through our personnel and the individuals that we hire to support and provide direct services to our students. And the other 20% goes directly into our classrooms, funding different programs that our students have access to at these 4 schools. This is just a further breakdown of how these funds are used. A school counselor, some PE teachers, paraeducators, and school nurses are funded through the 80% of the budget that we receive from Irvine. And the other 20%, which was for classroom supplies, it funds a culinary lab at one of our schools that is in Irvine, Orchard Hills, and it also funds many hands-on manipulatives that students have access to on a day-to-day basis at Myford Elementary School. The 4 funding recipients, and I believe the funds are allocated based on their enrollment. So Hicks Canyon Elementary School, Myford Elementary, Orchard Hills School, and Beckman High School. So you can see the prospective enrollment of those 4 sites. One of the most impactful services that we provide to our students with the funding is the hiring of our school nurse that services Hicks Canyon and Beckman High School. About 3,600 students are serviced, and last year alone, we had about 7,500 visits that the nurse supported with. And when we think about the support that these students receive from the nurse that they might not otherwise receive outside of school, we understand how impactful the funds are to our students. So thank you for that. Another impact that we have with the funding at Orchard Hills Elementary and Middle School, the funding was used to fund an innovation lab that students have access to. On a weekly rotation or biweekly rotation, students in all of our classrooms, grades TK through 8th grade, gets to rotate through the classroom, learn about robotics, and learn about different technology and IT resources and programs. Orchard Hills is one of our schools that sends many, many teams to the robotics, the World Robotics Competition, everything. So the support of these funds really gives them access to additional materials and supplies. What is also funded at Hicks Canyon Elementary School and Beckman High School are support personnel. So one of the school sites, Hicks Canyon, partially funds a 2-hour paraeducator, and this individual specifically goes in to support intervention in our classrooms for reading and mathematics. And then at Beckman High School, surprisingly, we have about 40% of our students at Beckman High School who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. And so their priority was to hire someone who could be a community specialist, community liaison, to support connecting our families to different resources. So this is just a snapshot of our district's funding, which funds our district. And although $196,000 may not seem a lot, it truly is. It impacts our students at the 4 school sites in ways that allows them additional access and additional opportunities to engage in learning beyond the school day. And we just, from Tustin, want to say thank you so much for the funds and the partnership, and our 4 schools truly do appreciate the support that you provide to them. Thank you.
Well, thank you. If you would just remain there, please, for a moment.
Yes.
I want to turn to my colleagues to invite them to offer any comments or raise any questions with you. I want to maybe just begin by saying we've had a great relationship over the years with the Tustin Unified School District. TUSD does a remarkable job in education, right alongside IUSD. And I think have about, is it about 15% of all Irvine students are in the Tustin Unified School District?
Approximately.
About that. 2 of those were my own grandchildren who just got great education, great experience, wonderful teachers, administrators, and I think your superintendent was the superintendent of the year for the entire state of California some 5 years ago or so.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
Well, kudos to you, to the entire district, and thank you for making that report tonight. Councilmember Liu. By the way, Councilmember Liu represents District 1, which I think includes a number of Irvine, Tustin Unified Schools. Is that correct?
Yes, and in fact, I I represent a district that covers the Tustin schools, all 4 of them, and I have had the pleasure of visiting several of them. And I have to say thank you for giving the kids such a great education. They all look happy. They all want to be there and learn. And I also have friends, obviously, in that area, and they all have nothing but the best things to say about the school. So thank you so much for doing all that. And, you know, I've had the pleasure of meeting several of the trustees when we have our meetings, and it's always been so cooperative and supportive. So we really appreciate the partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Well, please extend our gratitude to all your colleagues who uphold such high educational standards, and we'll look forward to another report next year.
See you next year.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there is one speaker on this item.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Hold on in case the speaker has something to say that requires a response. Mr. Peterson, our city clerk, please call on the speaker who wishes to be heard.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Frank Harris.
Welcome, sir.
Hello, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Frank Harris. I didn't actually plan on speaking on this item, but when I heard her mention the school nurse, 4 of my 5 children graduated from Beckman. My oldest graduated from Mater Dei. My middle child, Kelsey, died when she was a senior from a terminal neurological condition. When she was dying, all she wanted to do was go to school. And so I just wanted to offer some positive comments about the staff at Beckman High School, the nursing staff and the special ed staff there. Absolutely fantastic. And Kelsey's neurological condition sometimes had her seizing 4 to 10 times, 15 times a day. The nurse, they would take her to the nurse's station. The nurse would call my wife or me and say, Kelsey had a seizure. She's fine. She's resting. They handled it beautifully. They handled it professionally. And that was all she wanted, was to go to school. She had a wonderful experience. The special ed teacher who was helping her still contacts us. Kelsey died over 12 years ago, April of 2014. The special ed teacher that was in charge of her still contacts us every year on Kelsey's birthday and on the day she died. That is the level of commitment that these people have to their students. So I wanted to thank the representative from TUSD. I did not plan on saying anything today, just wanted to watch, but I'm so glad that you advanced her on the agenda so that I could offer some very positive comments to the City Council and to everybody who's viewing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What a remarkable story. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm so glad you did. Wow. Anything further? Thank you. Thank you both. That concludes this item. Thank you. All right. I think it's required of me that we turn momentarily to our city attorney to tell us if there's any reportable action that emanates from our closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a reportable action tonight with regard to item 1.1, which was the item of existing litigation that the city is engaged in. The case there was Marianne Frericks versus City of Irvine. And in closed session tonight, the City Council unanimously authorized a settlement that calls for the payment of $225,000 to the plaintiff in that case, with neither side admitting liability. This was an employment law case, and the settlement agreement will be made available to anybody that requests it upon its complete execution. Other than that, there was no reportable action tonight.
All right. Thank you. That concludes our closed session item, which were items 1.1 and 1.2. Having had the pledge and advanced the presentation from our Tustin Unified School District presenter, we now turn back to the invocation. The invocation that is a part of our council agenda often comes to us in a little different form. An invocation which is intended to summon us to action, summon us to a higher place. Tonight comes to us in the form of a musical presentation. So at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce and call forward Emmy Basic, an Irvine resident, an accomplished actress, singer, and Broadway performer. Emmy is best known for her work in Miss Saigon and Mamma Mia. We're proud to have her perform as part of tonight's invocation. First, Emmy will perform our national anthem, and following the national anthem, Emmy will perform the prayer with our very own Kevin Corrigan, who serves as supervising principal counsel executive assistant in my office. And at this time, would you all please join in welcoming Emmy and Kevin, and please stand for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow. That was wonderful. Please be seated.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go, to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer when we lose our way. Lead us to a place, guide us with your grace, to a place where we'll be safe.
La luce che tu dai,
I pray we'll find your light
il cuore resterà,
and hold it in our heart.
Ricordarci che
When stars go out each night,
eterna stella sei, nella mia preghiera.
let this be our prayer.
Quanta fede c'è, lead us to a place,
Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be safe. Sogniamo un mondo senza più violenza, un mondo di giustizia e di speranza. Ognuno dia la mano sua vicino, simbolo di pace, di fraternità.
la forza che ci dà,
That light become
intorno e dentro sé,
and watch us from above.
di amore,
We hope it's so we'll
intorno e dentro
find another soul to
sé.
love.
Let this be our
Let
prayer,
this be our prayer,
just like every child.
just like every child. Need to find a place, guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be safe. Nella fede che hai acceso al cuore. Sento che ci salverà.
Wow. That was wonderful, really wonderful. Don't go anywhere. We're going to want to preserve this moment with a photograph. The council can remain seated. We can go down and join you, or we can stand here. What's your, right here. All right, I'm going to suggest that we stand up, though, because we're behind you all the way, all right? There we are. All right. We are so fortunate that these individuals actually live in Irvine, work in Irvine, and with all that talent that you share it with us. So give them one last round of applause. Thank you. All right. right, we're making up for a little lost ground here. At this time, we move on to public comments for non-agendized items. This is the opportunity at the front end of our agenda for members of the public to be heard as to issues that are not on our published agenda. Comments are intended to be brief. We don't get into a back and forth because these are not agendized items, but so long as they're within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, we allocate altogether a half hour at the front end of our agenda for those comments. Maximum time would be 3 minutes, but it depends on how many individuals wish to be heard. Mr. Peterson, how many requests do we have?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 10 requests to speak.
How many?
10.
10. I'm going to suggest we try to set it at about 2 minutes. That would allow for a few others to come in if they wish to fill the queue. But let's get it all in within 30 minutes. How many of those are present here and how many are remote?
We have 7 present and 3 on Zoom.
Well, let's begin with those who are present here in the room.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward ePlanet, Thunderstriker, Riftwalker, Adiv Mittal, Jason Garshfield, Joanne Slobodian, Max, Alan Meyerson, and Rolf Parks. And we'll start with ePlanet, Thunderstriker, Riftwalker.
Welcome.
Cutting it. So I'm going to talk about the World Citizens Organization. It has a unique rule. It can be accepted everywhere. Countries have the option for 2 slots, a citizen individual, a governing individual. You could have either, neither, or both. Every country determines their structure organically. There's no way each country has to have their structure. So that's about it. That's really actually all I want to say, because it's just so hard to get a signal out with all the noise going on in America, and people don't pay attention, and I just found out people are stupid. So that World Citizens Organization, I don't know what I should or shouldn't say besides that, because would I be jeopardizing it if I were to lie about things like the India and China de-escalation in 2020 was related? How about that China has been doing things that would seem to be operating under that conception already, and in America, I'm getting spoofed, I'm getting hacked at the library, doing reports that nobody really cares about. First day I showed up here 2 years ago, I'm like, well, you know, here from Santa Barbara, I do things for over a year, the newspaper doesn't report anything, they shut down, and so it gets awkward. So let's go back to the Citizens Organization. Why is that seemingly intelligent and rational? Countries have the option of 2 slots, a citizen individual or government individual, either, neither, or both, which everything's opt-in, and so I don't know. But hopefully that's going to change, because America needs to do something, our low social trust. If you know as much as I do, you're thinking Civil War or what happened in USSR. And just, this does go all the way to the top.
Thank you, sir. With that, we turn to our next speaker.
Adiv.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning and namaste.
Can you lean into the microphone a little bit? There we go.
Good evening and namaste, Mayor Agron, members of the City Council, and members of the community. Today we celebrate a historic milestone in our nation's journey, America's 250th Independence Day. This is more than another 4th of July. It is an opportunity to reflect on 250 years of freedom, opportunity, and the enduring ideals that have shaped our nation. For Hindu Americans, this occasion holds a special and deep personal significance. Our heritage teaches the timeless principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the belief that the entire world is one family. When our families came to America, they brought with them this enduring philosophy, along with their traditions, commitment to hard work, respect for diversity, and dedication to living peacefully alongside people of every background. America welcomed us with its promise of religious freedom and equal opportunity. It gave us the chance to build our homes, raise our families, establish businesses, serve our communities, and preserve our culture and spiritual traditions. For that, we are deeply grateful. Independence Day also reminds us that democracy is not something we simply inherit. Democracy is something we strengthen over time through civic engagement, mutual respect, and service to one another. As Hindu Americans, we are blessed to have a dual identity. We proudly uphold the ancient value of dharma, the principle of duty, integrity, respect, and service, while embracing the American values of liberty, equality, and justice. These values complement one another and help make our nation stronger, more united, and more resilient. As we commemorate 250 years of American independence, let us celebrate our shared achievements and reaffirm our commitment to building and
Thank you. Your time is up.
Why don't you just finish that last thought, if you would?
an even brighter future for generations to come. Thank you and happy Independence Day.
And thank you for an outstanding statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Garshfield.
Welcome.
Happy Bastille Day. Yesterday, my air conditioning unit decided to celebrate Bastille Day early by imitating a French air conditioner. It stopped working. Of course, being a resident of an Irvine company apartment, I immediately called management, and they promptly and respectfully addressed my complaint. Just kidding. They treated me with contemptuous indifference. It took 24 hours and over a dozen phone calls to various different numbers to get the office to even send out a technician, and now I'm told that it'll be until Thursday before they can fix it. I understand that things break, even in the best managed apartments, which the Irvine company is not, but I should not have had to become my own lawyer to get management to even address the problem. There should be an easy system where a repairman can come out immediately with a single phone call during an emergency, which a heat wave is. Heat is not just annoying, it is a serious health threat, which can be lethal for vulnerable members of the community, while Donald Bren sits comfortably in his mansion. And while I might be an unusually vocal Irvine resident, I am sure that they are treating other less vocal residents this way and probably worse. In fact, they told me they expedited it because I was so vocal, which says something about their priorities. So when I stand here, I do not stand for myself alone. If they truly cannot fix an air conditioner in a timely manner, then they should offer a rent abatement to myself and any other residents who are affected by this. Until then, I will be turning up the heat on the Irvine company until they turn the heat down. Now, I would like to give a shout out to Pedro, who actually came out and spent 2 hours setting up a mobile air conditioner. That was more than anyone else did for me. I think we should put Pedro on the wall of recognition, and maybe he should trade places with Donald Bren. And so, again, happy Bastille Day.
Thank you for your comments.
Joanne Slobodian.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Tonight, I want to look at the Oak Creek easement the way a forensic auditor would, because something is not adding up and there are red flags everywhere. In January, the city recorded an offer of an easement covering approximately 176 acres at Oak Creek. Later, at a city council meeting, a city council member referred to a new easement. Today, we hear the city has accepted an easement administratively without a city council vote. Instead of providing answers, each new development has raised more questions. Has the city accepted the easement recorded in January, the new easement mentioned in the city council meeting, or another document entirely? If it's a different easement, what changed? Does it clearly protect the full 176 acres at Oak Creek? Accepting an easement administratively while moving forward with Oak Park Village before the public understands exactly what they've accepted raises serious transparency concerns. We also know that the other significant easements between private developers and the city, including Lakeshore Towers, Heritage Fields at the Great Park, and the 2025 Jamboree and Barranca roadway easements were all brought before the city council in public. Today we are told the easement could be handled strictly between the city and the Irvine company, and that is that it does not require or involve any city council action. If that's the process, why wasn't it used for the other developer easements? Why is Oak Creek being handled differently? Mayor Agron, in the past, I've seen you direct residents to city staff when questions couldn't be answered from the dais. I respectfully ask for the same courtesy tonight. If these questions cannot be answered, please direct me on the record to the person who can produce the easement the city accepted and explain exactly what was accepted. I simply want to see the easement the city accepted. The facts are in the documents. Facts don't fear transparency. Show us the easement. And by the way, Kevin, you rock tonight. Thank you. Anybody I can talk to?
Thank you. I'll just make a general invitation to our staff, the city manager, the city attorney here. If you would like to speak with Ms. Salvodian, we'll be happy to let you do so for a few minutes before you return to the city attorney's chair or to the city manager's chair. Or did you want to designate somebody else to speak with her?
I think our Assistant City Manager, Pete Carmichael, will be more than happy to.
All right. There you go. He'll join you.
Max?
Welcome.
Good evening. Another 2 weeks have gone by, and we still have not heard anything about the city's decision about easement offer. If the city intends to accept the easement, it will be the same easement that was offered by the property owner and recorded by the county. That offer has been sitting with the city since December 2025 and still has not been signed. The community deserves an update. Where does it stand? What is the timeline? Tonight, we will once again discuss ranked choice voting. I want to remind you guys that in August 2025, this council voted 7-0, 7-0 one more time, to bring forward open space ballot measure in early 2026. That's almost a year ago. What happened? Who is on this council has the courage to bring open space ballot forward and let the people decide? Have you seen the response from the community, discussions on Nextdoor, Facebook? Please take this opportunity and honor your own promise. Provide an update on easement and bring open space ballot measure forward. It could be your last chance to fix this. Why are you afraid of the people who can simply decide the future of open space before you spend resources and time of the staff members here? People are watching you, and we pay close attention to this issue. Even if your election campaign is not this year, we will still remember. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Meyerson?
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. Alan Meyerson. I want to talk just a little bit about some history in the city tonight. This is in general about the Oak Creek thing. In the past, there's been initiatives and resolutions. People have gathered signatures, which was not easy, and voted on the Veterans Cemetery. In fact, they voted on the Veterans Cemetery on the outer site 2 times. And then this council and other councils voted against it. So they ignored the will of the people. With Oak Creek, there's 88-1 is involved with that. So I'm wondering if this is going to be put on the ballot, because the initiative or the resolution, in spite of what the city attorney says, we all know what the intent of it was. And the intent was that it can't be changed without a vote of the people. So I'm not sure why we were looking for a loophole in this. I know the mayor has stated a couple of times that it would be on the ballot, but I don't know how the rest of you feel about putting this on the ballot. I know how the Irvine company feels about it, and this is aside from the way I personally feel about that development, because I'm in support of it. But I'm also in support of doing what resolutions are there to do. You can't just ignore people when they vote for something and pretend like it didn't happen, like the Veterans Cemetery 2 different times. So I encourage you to put this on the ballot. I don't know what the timeline is for that project. I don't know if it has to be on this election or if it can be on the next election, because I'm not sure what the timeline is for the project. But I hope before it's decided that we'll get to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Rolf Parks?
Welcome.
All right, so I'm back again to basically talk what he's just talking about. I'm the co-chair of Protect All Irvine Open Space, which includes the Oak Creek Planning Area, Open Space 0, Planning Area 52, and now apparently Focus Area 2 has included that. The Irvine Company has now submitted their plan to put about 2,400 homes in that area. When I spoke here the last time, you guys were voting on a zoning area, which just looked beautiful, like this beautiful park and nothing else. And I told you at that time, okay, that we all want the park. Everybody wants that park, okay? But what came with it? Well, you know, the Irvine Company wants to be paid for that park. And how do they want? Well, they want homes. Apparently, they want 2,400 homes. How are they going to get that park? Well, stage number 3 in this thing, you know, is, well, stage 2 was the application. Stage 3 is you take the vote away from us, okay, and you make it your own. And just like the last speaker was saying, you know, for the people that are here, the people that are on TV, you know, do you want you 165,000 people who might be voting in November? Well, this council is much different than any other council we have. They want to take that vote away from you because they know that they won't win. A public vote would not allow for that construction. And so, you know, I've brought in attorneys to talk with you, and we've had a very good case that concerned the Palo Band of Mission Indians from San Bernardino versus the supervisors there, and they won the case because it was a case much like this. They gave direction to the Board of Supervisors, you know, that you have to have a vote before you're going to develop the land. I know the city attorney over here wants to make a case, and that case isn't following the law. The law is the Initiative 88-1.
Your time is up.
Why don't you just finish your thought?
And so, you know, the big question is why does he not think that the Palo Band of Mission Indians isn't the ruling case and all the subsequent cases that have followed that has to do with the people gave direction to the council to put a measure on a ballot and vote. And this has a big deal because, you know, is this council even going to be here in next year after the November election? Because this is going to be the #1 issue that's going to be before you guys. And you guys know that. I'm not giving you anything new. So please put it on the ballot. You know, if you guys win, you win.
Thank you.
And I go away.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Our next speaker is telephone number 348. 348, you may unmute your mic.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. You want this topic to stay buried figuratively and physically. The city would not have a groundwater pumping station at the corner of Jeffrey and Irvine Center if groundwater was not compromised with jet cleaning solvent runoff from El Toro. TCE, tetrachloride, a toxic plume is running under the golf course open space through the ranch in the Woodbridge development. It's 3 miles wide. I've had multiple long-term residents on my street and surrounding streets die of cancer. In fact, I've survived 6 cancers trying to fight the 7th. Let me remind you that multiple myeloma, leukemia, T-cell lymphoma, liver, pancreas, breast, uterus, lung, and prostate cancer are life-threatening. You're irreversible in not working with the community of the ranch in Woodbridge, Orange Tree, and of course Oak Creek open space over this issue. I assume the city owns the open space, not TIC. Your open space is a toxic issue, which brings up another concern. How can a non-owner of a property request a zoning change on another owner's property? That's not right. Look at Oak Creek, the open space, and the Irvine Company's claim. You need to rescind this zoning approval based on sound logic. If you do nothing and continue to bend over for TIC, it will build on a toxic dump. Good luck for future lawsuits and lost elections. I assume the extra chairs on the dais are for TIC. Raise your hands if you're not accepting.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is telephone number 238. 238, you may unmute your mic.
Right. Yes, Council, I'm the founder of Parents' Rights and Children. 8 years of research and reached out to Sergeant Teague Brand, now Lieutenant retired, on the whole squad. The mayor really appreciated it. And now the youth won a Medal Award for all the squad, and 2 were elected. And there's a national cry in our community, in our country, around the world about excess screen time. And that's such that the youth committed suicide in San Juan Central School back in 2018, and I reached out and arranged it with the founder in Utah and the funding. We need to realize that we are in a position to bring awareness to community or recreation, your committee on health. And Congress passed the Kids Act, and we need awareness, and we need skilled trades in order for the AI to come. Now, I'm reaching out to you because I think Lieutenant, I believe he's retired, Teague Brand, in my opinion, should be recognized, federal, state. I was recognized in Congress when I helped write a bill on police training for autism, and I was in front of Angel Stadium. I feel that strong about it, and I have a website, Social Emotional, PAWS.com, and the ORG, and it's used quite heavily, but we don't have the will of our Board of Supervisors, Board of Education, and Family 5 yet, and I wrote to the President of the United States, Secretary of Health, and the FCC, they want to reduce screen time that's causing mental health. I get out of all the schools in Orange County, except for charter, and Irvine School District does not know between books and screen time. And esports, they were worried my whole hospital not to do it, to get five store. I think we need the community involvement, like Spring Strong and Petition Orange County. There's about 900, and they did San Diego and they did Los Angeles. I think we need to be more connected in terms of these therapy and read books are going back to, and pencil and tape.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is telephone number 071. 071, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I keep hearing Jason come up with these renter complaints about the Irvine company. Well, at some point, it just starts to sound like the same petty renter complaint over and over again. The air conditioning stories, the phone calls, the management office, the heat, the rent abatement, all of it. The way this keeps showing up at council meetings feels like an absurd rant that does not belong at the center of city business. And honestly, after years of watching, he should ask why he still expects the city council to suddenly take on the Irvine company. The bigger issue is right in front of us. The open space easement and the voter-approved open space law from decades ago are being treated like they don't exist. They are clearly bought and paid for by the Irvine company, especially the ones running for re-election this year. That is what residents should be paying attention to, not another complaint about apartment maintenance. Jason, please give it up. And council, stop pretending these open space protections are optional. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments on non-agendized items for this evening, allowing us to go forward with the city manager's report. Mr. Crumby, do we have a report tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. I have two quick items. The first one centers around the Oak Creek project. Just a quick update, open space for Oak Creek Golf Course. On December 12th, 2025, the city received or recorded an irrevocable offer of dedication, or IOD, for open space easement from the Irvine Company related to 162 acres at the Oak Creek Golf Course in Planning Area 12. As the name suggests, the Oak Creek IOD is an offer to dedicate open space easement. The city's ability to accept that easement is contingent on issuance of building permits for 75% of the development in Planning Area 12. After careful study and coordination with our city attorney's office, city staff has determined that the 75 acceptance prerequisite has been satisfied. And late last week, the city provided the Irvine Company with notice of the same. The city will have the right to accept the easement no sooner than 90 days from that notice. Secondarily, I'd like to highlight that a thorough environmental analysis will be conducted for the project. Staff is currently accepting written comments regarding the scope and content of the environmental analysis during a 30-day comment period that's currently open, which concludes 5 p.m. on August 5th. Comments may be sent to the following website address, oakpark@cityofirvine.org. A public EIR scoping meeting will be held on Monday, July 20th, 2026 from 5:30 to 7. Please, everybody attend and submit your comments. The meeting will be at Irvine City Hall in the Conference and Training Center. So that's the first item. Second item is our esteemed police chief will be providing an immigration update. Mr. Kent.
Thank you, City Manager Crumby. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Only one incident report since we last met on June 23rd. On the morning of June 29th, Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Unit took 2 people into custody in the parking lot of the Irvine Marketplace. From our understanding, both people had immigration warrants out for their arrest, and there was no other action that was taken, and Irvine PD personnel were not involved in the operation.
Thank you. I don't want to extend this item other than to say that those 2 who were taken into custody constitute the 14th and 15th, I believe, individuals who were swept off the city streets and taken into custody. We have not been able to verify, as I understand it, who was picked up, nor whether the warrants involved were simply administrative warrants, which are not true judicial warrants in this case. I think this entire matter will probably have to be put on the council agenda for more thoughtful and deeper consideration, but we've got a lot of problems in Irvine with what's going on, as do other cities, and real individuals are lost to follow up here, and we don't know where they're detained or what the disposition of their cases has been. This is not the way it should be. Forgive me for those editorial comments, but this is not an acceptable situation. Anything further by way of a city manager's report?
That concludes the report. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, we will turn to announcements, committee reports, council reports. This is the opportunity for those of us here at the dais to report on activities that we've been engaged in, make brief reports to the entire community as to events and other activities that have been engaging the attention of our council as well as the larger community. So with that, I'll turn first to Councilmember Betty Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to begin by thanking the Irvine Police Department and the Orange County Fire Authority for their coordinated response to the recent hazardous materials investigation in the Altair community and their quick response to the fire in Quail Hill today. Next slide. My office hosted our 3rd free grocery distribution of the year in partnership with 3 of New America. We served 71 households representing 236 residents, including many children and seniors. Next slide. Last month, we celebrated the launch of Irvine's Mobility Bike Share program with a ribbon cutting and community bike ride. There are 2 docking stations open, located here outside City Hall and at the University Terrace Shopping Center. Just download the Irvine Mobility Bike Share app create an account, and use the app to find, scan, and unlock a bag for your next ride. Next slide. Registration is now open for our iRide Safe Academy program. This free e-bike safety training, hands-on riding, practice, safety resources, and educational panel. Students must attend with a parent or a responsible adult. Priority registration will be given to students attending Rancho San Joaquin, Lakeside, and South Lake Middle School or Woodbridge High School during the upcoming school year. Space is limited, so please scan the QR code on the screen to register. Next slide. Finally, I have a quick update from the SCAC Community Economic and Human Development Committee. In our last meeting, we reviewed two completed projects funded through the REAP 2.0 pilot program. The presentations explore ways to create more housing near transportation hubs and make better use of public and private land. Next slide. I invite you to stay updated on District 5 and the City of Irvine by following me on social media or subscribing to my newsletter. Please reach out to my office with any questions or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Liu, did you want to be recognized?
Yes, I did it a little too fast. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to share some updates and recent community events. Tomorrow, on June 15th, the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District will conduct a mosquito control treatment at UCI Marsh as part of its ongoing efforts to reduce mosquito populations and minimize the risk of mosquito-borne disease transmission. Next slide, please. I'd like to congratulate the 7 Irvine finalists, our office nominated for the ACCOC 2026 Annual Innovation Awards. We're proud to see each of them recognized as finalists, and we thank them for their hard work and innovation that makes Irvine the best place to live. Next slide, please. On July 27th, our office proudly hosted our 2nd annual Older Adult Resource Fair. I want to extend my sincere thanks to everyone whose partnership helped make this event a success in connecting Irvine's older adults with valuable resources and services. Next one, please. On July 1st, my office partnered with the American Red Cross to host a community blood drive. Thank you to everyone who donated and helped support this life-saving effort. Next one, please. I want to thank the South Asian Senior Association and the Irvine Hindu Mendor for inviting us to their American 250 celebrations. I also want to recognize SASA and ECTA Center, and I'm proud to announce that I helped secure funding from Hoag Foundation for its senior meal program, helping bridge the gap in culturally responsive nutrition support for Irvine's senior population. Next slide, please. Lastly, my team, along with Next-Gen civic leaders, and PAVA volunteer at City of Irvine's grocery food box program at the Great Park. So I want to take this opportunity to thank all those volunteers for donating their time and helping make a difference for Irvine's families. Last slide, please. And thank you, and feel free to reach out to our office if you need any support. That concludes my announcement.
Thank you for your report. Council Member and Vice Mayor James Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. And my report tonight is just an update on an item that we've been working on as the city, that I've been working on for actually a number of years ago. I came to the city before politics and everything, and really wanted to push forward for something called a PACE Center, which would address the needs of our senior population. In Irvine and in South Orange County, we have 60,000 seniors that are eligible for a PACE Center. PACE standing for Program All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly. And I noticed something in Irvine is that a lot of seniors, they had to get in cars and every week, on average, 6-7 appointments on a weekly basis. They had to go through finding physical therapy, meals was a difficulty that we had here in the city. And I came to the city and I spoke to the city along with Assistant City Manager Brian King. I don't know if he's here right now, but I spoke to him and I advocated for that. And I advocated for that, and the city was kind of surprised, and they said that we're surprised that you're bringing this forward because it's something that we're trying to do as well. And I said, okay, and I told him, I said, you know what, I'm gonna continue doing this. And eventually, I got elected here into office. One of the first things I did was to bring forward a PACE Center, and wanted to make that happen for the city. Well, if you can pull that up right now, Carl, is just last week, or 2 weeks ago, I got a visit from the CEO of CalOptima, Michael Hunn, who is going to be retiring this year. And he announced that a PACE Center is indeed coming to the city of Irvine. CalOptima has purchased a 28,000 square foot location on Gillette in the IBC. It'll be the first PACE facility in Irvine, actually the first PACE facility in all of South Orange County, servicing the needs of seniors. Will bring 85 jobs, full-time jobs, to South County and servicing the population here. So I wanted to express the thanks to the city, to Michael Hunn, who is retiring, and CalOptima for making the investment into our community as well. So it's actually happening. It's been 2 years in the works, probably a little longer than that, but it's actually happening. So thank you to CalOptima, and thank you to the city staff, Wellness, for doing this. Looking forward to having this for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mai. Seeing no other requests, let me just conclude this section with a few brief announcements. I want to thank everyone who has joined us for our Summer in the City events so far this summer, and we want to invite our entire community to join us for upcoming concerts and movies. We have 2 exciting events happening this weekend. A Minecraft movie will be playing on the big screen at Hicks Canyon Community Park this Friday, July 17th. Food trucks arrive at 6:30 p.m. The movie begins after sunset. On Saturday, July 18th, Jukebox will play Top 40 Hits at Mike Ward Community Park. That's in Woodbridge, starting at 5:30 p.m. We'll return to Hicks Canyon on Friday, July 24th for a viewing of How to Train Your Dragon, our final movie of the season. We encourage people to bring low-back chairs and blankets for seating at these events, pack a picnic, or purchase items from food trucks on site. We have even more planned in August with our 55th anniversary Homecoming Dance, Saturday, August 8th, and Symphony in the Cities, Saturday, August 15th. For more information on these events, visit cityofirvine.gov/summer. Next, a very serious topic, drowning prevention. Water safety is a year-round priority in the city of Irvine, and we remain committed to preventing drownings through education, through outreach, and events like the Super Swim lesson that took place at William Willett Jr. Aquatic Center this past Friday. As part of our ongoing efforts to raise awareness, Chief Kent, Chief Freeman from Orange County Fire Authority, and I would like to share an important water safety message with you. So if you would please turn your attention to the screen as we play a brief video. Summer in Irvine means more time outside, more time with family, and for many of us, more time around the water. But we also know that a fun day can change in just seconds. Drowning can happen quickly and quietly, but it is also preventable. That's why the City of Irvine is taking action to help families stay safe. Through our Floaty Exchange program, families can trade in non-approved flotation devices and receive free a properly fitted U.S. Coast Guard approved life jacket for children ages 6 and under. Float toys and inflatable devices are not a substitute for supervision or approved safety equipment. This program is about more than exchanging equipment. It's about giving parents better tools, better information, and greater peace of mind when their children are near water.
Here in Orange County, drowning remains one of the leading causes of accidental death for young children. That is why prevention has to start before anyone gets in the water. When you're around a pool, spa, lake, or any body of water, a few simple steps can help save a life. Never swim alone. Keep infants and toddlers within arm's reach. Assign a dedicated water watcher whose only job is to watch the water. If you need to step away, hand the responsibility to another adult first. No phones, no scrolling, no distractions. An emergency can happen in seconds. Active supervision saves lives. And if there is an emergency, call 911 immediately.
Water safety matters for everyone, children and adults alike. That is why we are encouraging families to remember the ABCs of water safety. A is for active adult supervision. Always watch the water, keep infants and toddlers within arm's reach, and never swim alone. B is for barriers. Pool fences, gates, covers, and alarms help prevent unsupervised access to pools and spas. And C is for classes and CPR. Swim lessons build confidence and water competency, and knowing CPR can make a life-saving difference in an emergency. Whether you are at home, a community pool, or anywhere near the water, safety has to come first. Stay close, stay alert, and always watch the water.
The City of Irvine is proud to support drowning prevention through education, public safety partnerships, and programs like the Floaty Exchange. Every day is Drowning Prevention Day. Keep your eyes on the water, Irvine. There we are. Thank you very much. I particularly want to thank Chiefs Freeman and our own Chief Kent for their prioritizing of this issue. Every summer we try to encourage people, please be vigilant, be careful. Swimming is great. We love the fact that we train thousands of kids here in Irvine to swim, to be self-reliant, and it's our job, of course, to keep people safe at all times. So thank you, Chief. And with that, we'll move on to the balance of our agenda. Do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda tonight?
None, Mayor.
All right, we're getting close to being right on time here. Our consent calendar tonight, items 3.1 through 3.7. Our consent calendar, of course, consists of items that, while they may be important and they may involve a fair amount of money, are nevertheless considered to be routine and non-controversial and ready for a single roll call vote by the council for their approval. Again, the items tonight on the consent calendar are 3.1 through 3.7. Let me just turn to our city clerk and ask if there are any requests for people to be heard on consent calendar items.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 requests to speak, one in person and one on Zoom.
I'm sorry, one what?
2 requests to speak, one in person and one on Zoom.
Can you tell me what items those are?
I know the in-person speaker is speaking to item 3.7, and I don't know yet on Zoom.
All right. Well, with that, why don't we turn to the citizens who wish to be heard. If they would please identify the consent calendar item which they intend to speak upon, and each will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Jay Bruce.
Welcome, Mr. Bruce.
Hello, City Council members. I'm speaking on item 3.7, which relates to the Auto Center. I'm also a 2026 City Council summer intern, but speaking only for
Back up
myself.
from the microphone just a little. There you go.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. So I just want to say, I think it's I don't think it needs to be pulled or anything. I think it can move forward as a pretty smart revenue generator for the city. But there are some things that I want to note for the staff and maybe the City Council to keep reviewing, especially as we have major events that could generate more train use. Of course, the Auto Center conducted the parking assessment, and looking at the raw data at the bottom of the document, I was kind of surprised to see that, although they'd said that only a few vehicles had been parked in level 3. That's true for public use, but there were a few hundred vehicles that were parked in level 3 that in the raw data, which I can only assume is maybe used by the auto center itself, not its employees, but maybe they're storing vehicles there. I think it's interesting if they have been using level 3 to park their vehicles before having a lease for like around 100, 150 for level 3. Just how long they've been doing that. And I think the staff report for the lease that's upcoming is pretty thorough about the temporary reclamation part, which I think is a smart idea for if there are large surges of traffic during major events, but I think it would be wise to keep track of how much usage is generated by major events like the World Cup or the 2028 Olympics, to see how much increased parking there actually is, and also when we're considering existing restrictions on parking at Irvine Station that may be contributing to lower levels of parking. Like currently there's a 72-hour restriction on overnight parking, which if you're a family that's going on vacation for a week or something, it may kind of restrict you from parking overnight and taking the train to LAX, because you have to register with the train station in order to keep yours longer for 72 hours. If maybe this council or a future council were to consider promoting transit use by maybe extending the overnight parking limit or streamlining the way to register with the train station to park overnight for longer, then you would see more parking there, and then you would have to revisit if you want to reopen level 3 for public use. So those are just some things to consider for now that we're limiting use of level 3 for the public.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. I'd just invite you to maybe put together a brief memo on those points and submit them to us. I think you have some good insights and ideas that are worth our consideration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Steve Fox, and I want to speak on agenda item 3.5. It's the special taxes within improvement area 19. If improvement area number 19 will finance infrastructure for the Great Park area, what specific mobility hub costs are not being paid through the CFD? And why were OCPA loan repayment funds selected instead? Improvement area number 19 is near Marine Way and the Irvine Transportation Center. This area has been planned primarily for future transit-oriented development. Much of it was previously approved for office, commercial, and industrial uses. However, the city has been processing amendments to convert some of that unbuilt non-residential development into new residential neighborhoods. For example, the city has approved planning for up to 1,300 additional residential units by converting previously approved but unbuilt office and warehouse space to housing. And more recent track maps include residential units in various development districts within the same planning area. These are planned developments, not long-established neighborhoods. So my questions are, which specific mobility hub expenses are being paid with OCPA loan repayment funds. We need to have a detailed accounting of how these taxpayer funds are going to be spent, if for no other reason to avoid duplication. And why can't the infrastructure being funded by OCPA repayment funds be financed through improvement area number 19 bonds? It appears that the city is not using the most appropriate funding source, and I question if the city is choosing to supplement developer-backed financing with other city funds. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. With the public comments behind us, I'll move adoption of consent calendar items 3.1 through 3.7.
I'll second.
The motion offered by me and seconded by Vice Mayor Mai is properly before us. Any council comment? There being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agren.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes item 3. We now move to public hearings. Would the clerk please identify item 4.1?
Approval of tax-exempt bond issuance by the California Statewide Communities Development Authority for financing an affordable senior housing rental project for Magnet Senior Phase 2.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, which requires a little bit more formality. With that notation, I'll declare the public hearing now to be open, and we'll turn to our city staff to make a presentation. Please identify yourselves and go right ahead. About how long do you expect your presentation will be?
Should be very quick.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Josh Brooks, Deputy Director of Administrative Services. I'll be presenting tonight's item. The acronym for tonight's item is the TEFRA hearing. This involves Magnet Senior 2 Housing Partners has applied to issue tax-exempt bonds through the California Statewide Community Development Authority to finance the acquisition and development of senior rental housing project located at 100 to 152 Magnet in Irvine. So the CSCDA is authorized to issue tax-exempt bonds to promote economic development and public benefit. The public hearing is required under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, which is the TEFRA acronym. 3 things are very important to note. CSCDA will be the issuer of the bonds. The proposed bonds are not an obligation of the city, and the city will have no financial, legal, or administrative obligation for the debt. The project team is also available for questions on the project. So staff's recommendation is what's already begun to conduct the public hearing, and then at the end of the public hearing, adopt the resolution to the agenda to approve the bond issuance. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I just want to underscore the point that you made, which is that there's no city exposure in connection with this project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said individuals are here available to describe the project?
That's correct.
I think it would be useful to take 2 or 3 minutes for perhaps those representatives to come down and explain this project. This is a very good project. It's nice to know we're doing some really good things when it comes to housing and other facilities in our community. So could you call them down? Welcome.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Randy Mai. I am Vice President of Development at Related California. We are the developer for the newest affordable housing community in the Irvine Great Park community. We've built over 800 units of affordable housing 3 family projects and 3 senior projects. And we've started construction on a 40-unit project in the Great Park, and this is our newest affordable community for seniors, 22 units.
You said 800 units?
Correct.
Altogether?
Over 850 units altogether, currently completed.
That's terrific. And although this is kind of a routine matter, it does involve a lot of funding. More important, I like to point out to people, it involves dozens, in fact, probably hundreds of people to make worthy projects like this possible. And yet, somehow, it all gets pulled together with our staff, obviously lenders and private entrepreneurs involved in the whole enterprise. But I didn't want this item to go through without at least drawing some attention to the fact that, wow, this is going to provide a lot of affordable housing for a lot of people who desperately need it.
That's right.
So, thank you. I see no requests from my colleagues, no questions or comments. With that, a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for the record, there are no requests to speak.
Thank you. With no requests from the public for comment, a motion to close the public hearing would be in order at this time. I'll so move. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. There being no further requests for comments, a motion would be in order at this time. I'll move adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Any discussion? There being none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll. Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's great work. All right. Having dealt with this item, we now move to council business. Item 5.1. Would the clerk please identify that item by title and subject?
Irvine Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Implementation Actions.
Thank you. I see we have some very capable city staff here to make a presentation. Just to get some idea about how long do you anticipate your presentation would be? I know that this is a very important project. I just want to get some idea of how much time.
I think we'll be probably 10 minutes, 10 to 15, 10, 12 minutes.
That's great. No rush, just want to get a sense of the parameters here. Please introduce yourselves and go right ahead.
Yep, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Pete Carmichael, Assistant City Manager. I'm happy to be joined this evening by Karen Cook, Director of Economic Development. We've got a fairly brief presentation. I'm going to give you some background, a little bit of history on the project. Karen will walk you through the center, and then we'll round out with some potential next steps and recommendations. Just looking back at the council direction that got us here today, going back about a year and a half to January of 2025, the city staff and staff from the Greater Irvine Chamber of Commerce presented the Irvine Innovation Economy Report, which had some interesting insights as to the economic transition that the local economy is in and some opportunities for long-term growth. That was the basis for the next item that came to the council a year later, January of this year, at which point staff presented the economic development blueprint for the city, and the council approved and directed staff to move forward with the implementation of the Irvine Center of. And that's what brings us back today. Over the last 7 months, staff has made great progress on a number of different component parts for the Innovation Center, fundraising, identifying a space and securing a potential lease, and bringing in a number of partners to provide content and resources. With that, just to kind of give a 30,000-foot view for a moment, as you may remember, the city and the chamber jointly commissioned the Economic Innovation Report that was presented about a year and a half ago. And it was presented at a time when the city really is in transition as it approaches build-out. The chapter that included sort of conversion of ranch lands to new master plan communities is waning, and really pointed the need to identify organic sources of long-term economic growth and high-wage job growth. The study had a lot of data analytics. It certainly benchmarked Irvine relative to other innovation hubs throughout the country, but also included a lot of outreach, over 90 touch points in the community with C-suite executives, entrepreneurs, small business and business support groups. And a couple of key highlights emerged. One, it identified 4 or 5 key sectors for growth, as much as 20,000 jobs in Irvine over the next 5 to 10 years. Those will be familiar sectors to you: healthcare and healthcare innovation, medical technology, next-gen defense, sustainability, and decarbonization, as well as enabling and creative technologies and gaming. But 2 themes really, I think, more than anything else emerged. One was small business and entrepreneurs really remark that it's difficult to access capital. Irvine and Orange County is often in the shadows of LA and San Diego, and that was a challenge they faced time and again. Second was disjointed resources. There was an awareness that there were resources out there for small business and entrepreneurs, but really hard to find a one-stop shop where someone could walk them through how to start a business and how to get the resources and funding they need. And that really was the launch point for the center. And with that, I'll hand off to Karen to walk through that in more detail.
Good evening. So these findings ultimately informed the development of the Economic Development Division Blueprint, establishing the city's long-term roadmap for driving economic growth and enhancing Irvine's position as a leading innovation economy. One of the key initiatives in the blueprint was the establishment of the Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship to serve as a centralized hub for business resources, entrepreneurial support services, including access to capital for businesses looking to start, grow, and scale in Irvine. The center is intended to leverage Irvine's existing strengths for high-wage job creation by aggregating these resources, capital access, and talent to create a more coordinated entrepreneurial support system. High-wage job creation strengthens Irvine's tax base, funding parks, public safety, and community programs, and really creates a multiplier effect as each high-wage job supports additional local service and supplier jobs. It also helps more residents live and work in Irvine in family-sustaining careers, boosting household spending, keeping the community economically resilient over time. Irvine already benefits from leading employers calling Irvine home, anchoring R1 research institutions, exceptional quality of life, and strong workforce talent. But those assets are not always easily connected through a single accessible structure for entrepreneurs and growing small businesses. The center addresses this opportunity by creating a one front door for the entrepreneurial economy designed to aggregate business support services, access to capital, also vetted business advising, workspace, and programming, all in one place. As identified in stakeholder engagements conducted as part of the study that Assistant City Manager Carmichael mentioned, today many valuable resources exist across our region, but they're often entrepreneurs to navigate. Must independently identify the right partners, determine eligibility, travel across multiple oriented structure creates barriers to business growth and reduces the likelihood that promising companies and grow here locally. The central purpose experience for the user and provide The center all those key ingredients. Instead of the entrepreneurs navigating that network, the center provides one destination to space, expertise, strategic relationships, and more importantly, peers. This integrated model is intended to improve access and service delivery speed, reduce friction, and create a more effective platform for business formation, acceleration, and startup growth. It also reflects a neutral city-led approach that brings together complementary partners rather than duplicating services that exist already in the region. The proposed facility is located at 510 Technology on the map you see in front of you, Suite 100, which is the ground floor, and contains approximately 24,000 rentable square feet. It is a 3-story building. Staff identified this site as the preferred location after evaluating multiple options across the city, including UCI Research Park and the greater Spectrum area. The site's located right off of Sand Canyon within Irvine's healthcare corridor, provides access to Interstate 5 and 405, and includes existing laboratory infrastructure from a previous tenant that are expected to reduce tenant improvement costs and shorten the implementation timeline. A central feature of the center's model is the integration of partner organizations that provide coordinated and complementary services. Co-located partners at the center include the Orange County Inland Empire Small Business Development Center, the Greater Irvine Chamber of Commerce, and American Lending Center, while also advancing procurement of an accelerator operator that is connected globally. Under this framework, the city provides strategic leadership and curation. The SBDC serves as a primary intake and business navigator and advising partner. American Lending Centers providing federal SBA and state SSBCI accredited lending, financing related guidance, and capital access support. The Greater Irvine Chamber supports business engagement, connectivity, and advocacy. And the accelerator operator currently undergoing the RFQ-RFP process will oversee the center's operations, startup acceleration, capital deployment, and global connectivity to other national and global innovation hubs. So what is the center? The proposed facility layout is before you includes a reception and business concierge area demarcated by number 1, co-located partner office suites demarcated by number 4, co-working and private office space, accelerator incubation space, a training and collaboration classroom demarcated with number 6. These elements are intended to support different types of businesses, including businesses in Irvine's dominant and high-impact sectors that Pete mentioned earlier, and require technical lab facilities such as medical devices and next-gen defense at various stages of development. Presented before you are preliminary renderings of the proposed facility, creating a purpose-built environment that supports startup growth, collaboration, advising, education, events, and product development activities. So what makes this center different to what's currently on the market today? Unlike many existing entrepreneurial support organizations that are affiliated with one single university or institution, the center is designed as a neutral hub that intentionally co-locates complementary resources providers under one roof. This integrated approach creates a seamless no wrong door experience, enabling small businesses to access coordinated business services and education programming. The center is also designed to lower barriers to participation by emphasizing affordability, flexibility, and accessibility. So many of the services and resources offered at the center are of no cost, such as services provided by the Small Business Development Center, and businesses may access co-working and other spaces through not only tenured incubation, but also flexible day passes and other short-term options without long-term memberships or program commitments often required by other current facilities. In addition, the city's RFQ to RFP process for the accelerator operator has garnered competition from global accelerators such as Plug and Play, Techstars, Generator, who are all on the list of qualified bidders currently advancing to the next stages. These are preliminary KPIs and metrics for success that we've outlined. The center's 5-year projected outcomes reflect an aggregation of KPIs from the center partners, taking into consideration the capabilities and capacity. Staff estimates the center to physically incubate 50 businesses in this 5-year term, support more than $250 million in funding raised by companies served through the center, supporting the creation of approximately 10,000 jobs, and that's through our partners through the SBDC as well, so that's both tech and non-tech, and generating more than 300,000 square feet of new commercial space demand in Irvine. To maximize the impact of the city's efforts to retain homegrown companies locally, staff is also working actively with the Irvine company on a streamlined graduation process from the center into Irvine Company's Flex Plus portfolio, which includes step-up space that is smaller with shorter-term leases to ensure companies start, stay, and grow here in Irvine. In addition, through preliminary data provided by the co-located partner, the SBDC, the center projects to serve more than 3,000 entrepreneurs and small businesses, provide more than 50,000 hours of one-on-one consulting and technical assistance, and facilitate more than $12.5 million in professional services provided. In addition to the consideration of the lease that we'll be discussing in just a little bit, staff is requesting authorization to execute MOUs with partners for the center, including the Stella and John Foundation, the SBDC, American Lending Center, and the Greater Irvine Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to go through each of the partner frameworks and what a coordinated operation of the center and what their defined roles and responsibilities will be. So first and foremost is our first partner, Stella and John Foundation. The foundation has representatives are here present with us this evening in the audience. Founded by John Shen and Stella Zhang, founders of American Lending Center, the Stella and John Foundation supports initiatives that promote entrepreneurship, education, and community development. The foundation has also provided philanthropic support to higher education and entrepreneurial initiatives across Southern California, including the Stella Zhang New Venture Competition at UCI Business School, reflecting its broader commitment to advancing entrepreneurship and workforce development locally. The foundation's donation complements ALC's operational involvement, creating a coordinated public-private partnership that supports both implementation and long-term success of the center. Under the proposed donation MOU, the foundation has committed approximately $3.9 million over a 3-year period to support implementation and early operations of the center. This includes a $2 million upfront capital contribution, as well as a projected $1.4 million over 3 years to cover projected operating losses, significantly reducing the city's financial risk during the center's startup period. Additionally, the foundation has agreed to provide up to $500,000 as an additional contingency to cover potential construction cost overruns in the initial build-out of the space. The donation MOU establishes a framework for acceptance and administration of these contributions and authorizes the city to receive scheduled donations over the 3-year commitment period. Our second partner is the Orange County Inland Empire SBDC. Representatives from the SBDC are also with us this evening in the audience. Funded by the Small Business Administration, the SBA, and the Governor's Office Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, GoBiz, the SBDC is administered locally by Cal State University Fullerton and is one of the nation's premier providers of no-cost business consulting, training, and technical assistance. The national network serves more than 8 million residents across 96 cities, and the SBDC maintains a network of more than 150 certified business consultants with expertise spanning from finance, marketing, accounting, human resources, international trade, technology commercialization, and other specialized disciplines. The SBDC's presence as a center will consolidate 3 complementary programs that are currently delivered from separate physical locations across the county, and they'll aggregate to the Irvine location. The SBDC anticipates maintaining 5 dedicated full-time staff members on site, a rotating network of 27 specialized business consultants, and a full-time front desk administrator who will serve as the center's primary client navigator for services. Under the proposed MOU with the SBDC will serve as the primary intake and referral partner, provide no-cost advising and workshops, referrals, sharing of performance metrics, and those services are annually valued at $2.5 million and will be provided in lieu of rent. Our third partner is American Lending Center. Access to capital ranks among the greatest challenging facing startups and entrepreneurs and growing businesses. To address this need, the city will partner with American Lending Center, a California-regulated lender nationally recognized for their expertise in government-backed financing programs for small and medium-sized businesses, including the U.S. SBA 7A loans and the State Small Business Credit Initiative SSBCI financing. Founded by John Shen and Stella Zhang, ALC has deployed more than $2.2 billion in financing to thousands of businesses across 50 states, helping create and retain more than 140,000 jobs. Through its expertise in capital access and business financing, ALC will provide on-site lending guidance, connect entrepreneurs to financing opportunities, and help businesses identify and navigate appropriate loan programs to support expansion, startup, and business growth. Under the MOU with ALC will provide small business lending services, financing guidance, workshops, related programming, and occupy approximately 2,000 square feet under a market rate occupancy agreement and contribute an estimated $286,000 towards tenant improvements for that 2,000 square foot of space. The chamber will use this space also the chamber will also be using the center on a flexible basis for business outreach, referrals, and programming. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. On the fourth MOU is the chamber. The fourth MOU is with the Greater Irvine Chamber of Commerce, which representatives are unable to be with us tonight this evening. The Greater Irvine Chamber will be using the space on a flexible basis for business outreach, referrals, and programming. And the chamber will serve as a strategic partner supporting business engagement and serving as a bridge between the center and the broader business community. The chamber will have access to meeting and collaboration space, event space within the center, and be providing office hours, networking events, education programming, and other activities to support entrepreneurs and small business throughout the community. Now we're going to move on to the business terms of the lease. The proposed lease with the Irvine Company, again, is for approximately 24,000 rentable square feet at 510 Technology Drive, Suite 100. The proposed 10-year lease provides the long-term stability necessary for the city to invest in tenant improvements, recruit strategic partners, and establish a sustainable operating model. Key business terms include rent ending at $2.10 per rentable square foot per month, initial monthly rent approximately $72,000. The agreement offers a 10-month rent abatement period and a tenant improvement allowance of $100 per square foot at approximately $2.5 million. This reduces upfront occupancy costs while also helping associated to trading of the city's needs. The lease also includes building top and monument signage, shared business park amenities, and a 3% construction management fee. Together with the property's existing lab infrastructure, these lease terms enable the city to activate the center more quickly, cost-effectively than would be possible at other comparable facilities we explored. Despite these, staff has substantially completed negotiations with the Irvine Company, and remaining revisions to the lease are expected to be administrative in nature, if any, without materially affecting the business terms summarized above. Staff has completed a ROM pricing, which is a rough order of magnitude pricing, to provide a ballpark estimate of construction costs. The estimated total build-out cost is approximately $7.8 million, detailed here on the top table. That total includes $366,000 of soft costs and project management fees, approximately $5 million in TI costs, 1.6 for furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and with a 10% contingency built in for FFE and for TI costs. The capital funding sources we have lined up to meet that $7.8 million need is approximately $8.2 million, and include the city's previously appropriated $2 million CIP budget, a $1 million federal earmark appropriation for research and development equipment championed by Representative Dave Min, a $2 million philanthropic donation from the Stella and John Foundation, the lease tenant improvement allowance of $2.4 million from the landlord, ALC's tenant improvement contribution of $286,000, and a potential $500,000 construction contingent donation that can be utilized by the city if necessary from the John and Stella Foundation. Together, these resources provide a 3-to-1 leverage relative to the city's $2 million capital investment. The overview of the operating pro forma is presented on this slide. For revenue streams, the center will generate revenue through facility rental revenue, sponsorship revenue, sublease revenue, and donor support during the first 3 years. Staff has already had early productive conversations with other community stakeholders as potential sponsors to come on board, including professional service providers and healthcare partners. Total projected revenue is 1.1 in year 1 and increases to 1.9 by year 5 as the space activates. So projected net income is negative for the first 3 years, as shown here, and becomes positive in year 4 and 5, as demonstrated here. With donor support filling the projected operating gaps during that startup period of year 1 through 3, the center is projected to reach financial self-sufficiency by the end of the first 3 years. Despite these projections, the proposed lease does represent a significant long-term investment by the city in Irvine's economic future, and outside investment really mitigates the city's risk, especially up front. Pending City Council approval, staff will advance implementation of the center with this proposed timeline, finalizing the lease agreement, executing partnership agreements in Q3 of 2026, completing the design and permitting process, and initiating TI improvements in Q2, Q3 of 2026 of this year. Concurrently, staff is going to continue to, with the procurement of the center's accelerator operator that is currently moving on from the RFQ and RFP process, and work with strategic partners to finalize occupancy agreements, coordinate programming, and prepare for a center opening in Q2 of 2027. As implementation progresses, staff will work collaboratively with the SBDC and all of the co-located partners, including ALC and the Greater Irvine Chamber, and the selected accelerator operator and other ecosystem partners to coordinate occupancy, establish procedures, develop initial programming to prepare for the public launch. The preliminary implementation timeline is summarized here, and while it is subject to change, the timeline provides the overall roadmap from transitioning the center from a strategic vision to become a full operational resource serving Irvine's entrepreneurial community. So tonight there's 3 actions before you. The first one is to authorize the city manager or designee to finalize and execute the lease agreement for the Irvine Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at 510 Technology Suite 100. 2, authorize the city manager or designee to execute the MOUs with the Stella and John Foundation, the Orange County Inland Empire Small Business Development Center, the Greater Irvine Chamber of Commerce, and American Lending Center, and negotiate and execute associated occupancy agreements and other related agreements as necessary to implement those partnerships at the center. And finally, authorize the city manager or designee to accept donations from the Stella and John Foundation in accordance with the associated MOU and implement any associated budget revenue and expenditure appropriations necessary. Approval of these actions will allow staff to proceed with the next phase of implementation and position the center to begin serving Irvine in 2027. So this concludes our presentation. Sorry, it was quite lengthy. I know we had a lot of material to go through, but staff is available to answer any questions at this time.
Well, thank you very much. Go ahead. You have a fan club out there, apparently. Thank you for a very thorough presentation. I see a couple of my colleagues here at the dais have either questions or comments at this time. Let me ask of our city clerk just to get an idea of how many requests there are for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 12 requests to speak.
Well, all right. Why don't we take a quick round of questions or comments from council members at this time, beginning with Vice Mayor and Council Member James Mai.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Karen and Pete. That was wonderful. You got fans up here as well as in the audience as well. So if I'm hearing this right, it's going to start in 2027 is when projected launch. Is that
correct?
And is there going to be, how is the initial cohort going to be accepted? How are people going to know about this? Is it going to be an application process? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So the center is open for everybody, right? So it's going to serve venture-backable startups and ventures and also traditional businesses. As you know, the SBDC serves over 3,000 businesses in our community every year. So as part of the accelerator portion, as part of the RFP process, the couple that I mentioned, they typically have different models. Some do cohort-based, some have ongoing enrollment. So I think we're on the accelerator piece, we'd have to coordinate with the accelerator operator on what that model would be. Some communities prefer to do cohorts, and some operators prefer to just do rolling admission for capital deployment.
Got it. All right. Yeah, I think this is wonderful. I think this is a great opportunity for the city. Being in the startup space about 20, 25 years ago myself, working with Tech Coast Angels and various incubators in the local area, at the time we didn't have anything like this. So this is just refreshing to see the city investing, doing the right thing, investing in our people, investing in our businesses as well, and you have my full support in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you, and thank you, Pete and Karen, for the presentation. Since the first time I saw the Center for Innovation, I was really excited for all the things that you guys are doing and just bringing together all our chambers of commerce communities. We have a diversity of chambers in here in Irvine, and to have the ability to use that space for their members, it's going to be just a wonderful opportunity for everybody. So thank you so much, and on behalf of all the chambers of commerce and as a representative of the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, thank you so much.
Thank you. I wanted to maybe comment first and then ask you a question. In reading a very extensive report and understanding all the thinking that went into it, I really think in the very first paragraph, you captured the context in which we find ourselves. I mean, we have a remarkable business community here in Irvine, but it has changed dramatically over the years, and it's changing yet again. I just want to read this because I think you captured in one fairly brief paragraph precisely where we stand. It reads here, Irvine is at a pivotal moment in its economic evolution. For decades, the city's growth has been fueled by thoughtful master planning, commercial development, and the attraction of major employers. While those strengths remain foundational, with the city nearing full build-out and with competition from other regions increasing, long-term economic competitiveness will depend less on real estate development and physical expansion and more on fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, and high-wage job growth. I think you really captured it all in one paragraph. I'm very impressed with this proposal, with the concept. I invite folks going into this, and in fact, I implore our staff, others going into these major undertakings to use their imaginations. Imagine the best possible outcome that we could have from this kind of investment, and imagine the worst outcome. I think it's often a failure of imagination that gets us into real trouble, both ways. So, on the positive side, imagine the best possible outcome. Let's say a number of entrepreneurs come into the picture. They're a part of this initial cohort, and some of them are bound not to be successful, others successful. Some may be extraordinarily successful and become billion-dollar corporations or enterprises. Would we be sharing in any of that billion-dollar corporations' profits down the road, having invested in them?
I think that I would answer it in two ways. Certainly to the extent that they start, grow, and remain in Irvine, the city is going to benefit. High-wage job growth leads to sales tax, leads to transit occupancy tax, leads to property tax. So indirectly, absolutely, the city will benefit. Will the city benefit by way of the profits of the company? Does the city have an equity stake in the company? Not immediately. But looking back to the pro forma Karen mentioned, there certainly is an opportunity once the center becomes self-sustaining and even profit-generating for the city through a separate entity to make equity investments in these companies that come through. And that's certainly something that we could bring back at a later date.
Yeah, I would really encourage thinking along those lines. The indirect benefits, yes. There are a lot of indirect subsidies, though, that the city gives to these various firms and so forth. You know, we build infrastructure, we do all kinds of things. But the equity interest is something I would really like to see some serious thought given to it. Now, what does your imagination tell you about a worst-case outcome? That this endeavor fails, and it fails badly over the course of the next 5 years?
Yeah, certainly that's something we have to think about is what's the worst case scenario. The good news is that this is once the city's on a lease, this is an asset. It's a 25,000 square feet in a Class A office location, and the city has the opportunity to sublease it. So absolute worst case scenario, the center does not attract the interest that we are very confident it will. The city has the ability through the lease with the landlord to sublease that space to other users. We've negotiated what we think is a pretty mutually beneficial arrangement with the landlord, and certainly rents are on their way up in this particular center, and so the worst case scenario would be the city sublets the lease.
And what might be the loss if it came to that?
Well, hard to project. I mean, ideally, the city's recouping its entire lease, liability through a sublease, but hard to say at this point.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. I see Councilmember Carroll has a comment or question. Go ahead, Councilmember Carroll.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I too want to thank the team very much for the proposal. It's fantastic. I just want to also just reiterate what the mayor said. As you both know, I've told you both personally on the telephone live that I think that we have an opportunity of a lifetime to lend Irvine and the greatness of our city, the city of innovation, to a center like this. And I think that it feels like to me, or I would just say in my opinion, it is to me about 85% of the way there. And that 15% that the mayor talked about, and who stole my thunder by a little bit here, is, and Tech Coast Angels was actually mentioned up here tonight just a few minutes ago, which is great, is that this is an innovation center without the incubator part that I think that this feels like, and it's going to look like, and it's going to have that amazing shared kitchen space that looks like, somewhere up in San Jose, or for example, the business I just toured yesterday, Field AI, which is one of the most coolest, innovative things that are happening in Irvine, or Terran Orbital that I saw 2-3 weeks ago. We have the opportunity in Irvine to lend our name and our resources, and we're about to go sign up for a very expensive lease with the Irvine company, and do all these partnerships and work with John and the team as far as this incredible philanthropic commitment they're making. To also incubate these companies and take the extra step of partnering with them. And as I mentioned to you, and I just want to say for the record, the city of Irvine currently does that. And if it can do that with senior citizens living in our mobile home parks, meaning partner with them, as we've been doing for years, we can certainly do that in an incredible state-of-the-art innovation center where we're offering all these resources. When I say that, I'm talking about the mobile home renovation program that the city of Irvine has had for a number of years. It's very simple. We have certain community dollars that we've had for a long period of time that we get from HUD, and we purpose those community dollars in an incredible way. A lot of our mobile home parks have incredibly outdated wiring and their fire hazards. So we have this incredible combination, and I think I even told John Chen about this. We have a thing where we partner with these homeowners. We give them the money, and we literally fix their electrical systems and get them up to code and keep them safe, which of course is a fire hazard for our entire community. But we keep these homeowners safe. And what do we get in exchange for that? We put a second mortgage on their house. That's right. We put a second mortgage on their house right behind their first mortgage with a reasonable interest rate, and it never comes due until the title changes. So if these folks pass away and it goes to their children, title changes, we get repaid. And that has actually been repaid into many, many, many thousands of dollars. I didn't do the research. I apologize, staff. I've surprised you. We should have had it. But the city has actually received great profit. So look, if we can do that with senior citizens, with, Jane Jones and Meadows, Irvine, the Groves Mobile Home Park, we should be able to do it with these companies. Because if we get the next Field AI, if we get Dr. Ali from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, who is literally sitting right in the spectrum right now, one of the most gifted people in the United States of America, who's been backed by Jeff Bezos and NVIDIA and like 6 other funds that are about to pursue a second $700 million round for what they're doing there. I'm not saying we're going to get the next Field AI, but I, as a council member, would feel like, geez, we're putting this whole thing together. You guys have done such great work. And we have another Terran orbital that we're going to incubate here with a couple of professors from UCI. And we didn't get it. We didn't get 4% out of it. We didn't get some kind of you know, and I've talked to you guys about this, and we can't do this from the dais. And I'm going to support this, but I'm not going to let this go. And if I have to put stuff back on the agenda and needle my colleagues, I'm going to do that. But we have to have, Irvine has to have its piece, okay? They have to have some kind of an upside. We don't have to make it difficult. Some of us, you know, look, we know what Karen and I, we've talked about safe agreements. We know how this thing goes, okay? This is not hard to do, and we don't want to get in the way of governance, let them run their companies to the moon, or let them run them, maybe sadly, to failure, like many companies, unfortunately, have that other direction. But we want to invest in this portfolio at the Innovation Center. Well, when one or two of them becomes next Field AI, and remember that name, Field AI, everyone. It's truly an amazing thing, what they're doing with robotics and artificial intelligence right here in our city. We have the ability for one or two of those to hit, and then the city of Irvine literally sits in the same position as Kleiner Perkins. And there's no reason why the city of Irvine can't sit there. And I bring up the residential homeowner rehabilitation program because it's almost like there's an interesting juxtaposition where we're giving money to senior citizens in mobile home parks in our city to do an important, valuable thing that's for the good. And yet we're going to have these people with their incredible ideas and their geniuses sitting there. And I'm going to have this feeling personally as a fiduciary, wait a second, we need to be, if I'm putting second mortgages on mobile home parks, how am I not getting some very small, reasonable percentage of equity without interfering with board governance, just passive, so that when this thing IPOs, or when it has a strategic sale, or in the example of Terran Orbital, which was a small CubeSat satellite company, where my wife with IPSF, before she became a board member, was like greenlighting a program with 3 IOSD kids and a dad who worked at Terran, the precursor to Terran Orbital, to put a CubeSat up into the sky that was successful, became what it was today, and to be literally acquired 3 years ago by the second largest defense company in the United States. We should be part of that. So anyway, that's my piece. So I support this, but I really do think we need to you guys have to sharpen your pencils. You knew it was coming. I've talked to you about this. I'm surprised that you're pitching this without it, and it bugs me. But I do think it's a great thing. I'm not going to stand in the way of it, but I'm going to really insist that we get something for it. Beyond, and I appreciate Pete, and you make a great point about the economic lift that it's going to, and it's going to create great economic lifts. But we should be consistent. So if we're going to do residential, we should either eliminate which I don't want to do, but we should either not have them we should either not put second mortgages on mobile home parks, or we should keep that awesome program in place and put together this incubator in a place where companies who succeed greatly will pay a small sense of thank you or toll or whatever you want to call it back to the taxpayers of Irvine. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Why don't we turn to public comment at this time? How many requests do we have now?
We still have 12, Mayor.
I would suggest we get started on those 12. Why don't we leave them at 2 minutes maximum? And anybody else coming in after the first speaker would be down to 90 seconds. And then we'll close the queue when we get to about 30 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward E-Planet Thunderstriker, Caroline Fitzroy, Jim Eli, John Gutierrez, Ahmed Zabi, and Mike Daniel.
Only 2 minutes. It is E-Planet Thunderstriker Riftwalker, which I had to add because of the coherence problem that everybody in the whole wide world has, I guess. So one thing is when it comes to innovation, well, let's talk about a collective intelligent substrate. And oh my gosh, when Mike Carroll just said about so many innovators at UCI, well, starting middle of November, there was a big change in AI because I was being spoofed when I'm dealing with the kind of things that I've tried to deal with, say and do things. Even last year, have a paper that, well, you guys didn't do anything on this day. It's a criminal infraction. Well, Irvine probably does have exceptional AI going on right now because I'm being spoofed. Even again in the middle of May related to semantics, when I have something that, oh, well, I can come out with it actually this week that they haven't figured out. So either way, when we're dealing with this innovation thing, they might be soon hooking into a collective intelligence substrate that they really didn't help start. It's probably a new civilizational primitive. For the people that don't know, humanity only has about half a dozen. The last one, which is the internet, was really recent, but usually it's several centuries. Well, I can't really promote the one right now because I'm getting hacked and I have the shadow dealing with my Reddit posts. When I have this long post about a civilizational substrate and somebody is a one-sentence wonder, it's too long. Well, I come in here, I do public comments talking about all kinds of things. Who cares if we have, you know.
Thank you.
Caroline Fitzroy.
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I have to admit, I've never been to a city council meeting, so I'm happy I'm here and I'm speaking. And it's because I met Karen.
Councilmember Carroll said, lucky you.
Yeah. No, this is very interesting.
We welcome you.
Yes.
I hope you're comfortable. Go right ahead.
I'm going to make my teenage son come next. So I met Karen and heard about the center. I grew up in Orange County, moved to the Bay Area, and I've worked for startups who are funded by Kleiner Perkins and Andreessen Horowitz and others. And that led me to start my own business. I work with startups still in the Bay Area. We help them recruit talent. And I am constantly flying there and have been looking for opportunities to integrate in Orange County because I moved back 5 years ago. So I'm really just coming to offer support. It sounds like everyone's very supportive and this is exciting. So I'll leave it at that. I'm just here to support. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments and come back again.
Jim Ely.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm Jim Ely. I'm the Vice Chairman of California International Bank, and I'm the Managing Director of SBAPro.com LLC and the President of the Small Business Development Corporation, Orange County, that provides loan guarantees on behalf of the State of California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank. And I have collaborated with Stella and John at American Lending Center with government-guaranteed lending. You talked about the need for access to capital. Well, you're collaborating with the right guys. These guys know how to innovate, they know how to collaborate, they know how to foster entrepreneurship. So I just want to let you know that your partnership with Stella and John and American Lending Center should prove to be fruitful. The other thing is, this is a great idea, but I got to tell you, ideas are the easy part. Execution is the hard part. And John has proven to me that he knows how to execute. He has taken very complicated, esoteric ideas like interlacing one government-guaranteed program with another, or a unique source of capital with a government-guaranteed program, and he's been able to execute in that way. So I want to encourage you to continue the collaboration with John and Stella and American Lending Center. In addition, I also know the folks at the Orange County Inland Empire SBDC, and they are going to be a great partner for you guys too. So I just want to encourage you to be supportive of this center as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Gutierrez.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. My name is John Gutierrez. I'm the Senior Vice President of the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And I got to tell you, I'm very excited about the center. I personally am also an entrepreneur. We own a hospice company. We started it almost 15 years ago. I've been a resident of Irvine for 20 years. My son was born and raised in Irvine. He went to Northwood High School. He is now a student at Irvine Valley College looking to transfer to UCI. He volunteers for my hospice with my wife, and he goes out and he visits seniors in the community, and he interacts with them, and he comes back with these amazing stories of what he's learning interacting with our business. And so when you talk about what we're investing into the future of the children in our community. People like my son, who I hope I can pass the baton to him with my business when I look to retire in the next 10, 20 years. And so I thank you for what you're doing. I thank the SBDC, Mike Daniels and your team and everybody involved, the foundation, because let me tell you, this is going to be huge. Like, if you're not an entrepreneur, you don't know how tough it's been for us after the pandemic. We had 100 employees before the pandemic. I have 20 employees now. That's how bad the pandemic crushed us. And I can tell you, as the Vice President of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, I hear every day how much we need what you're building. We need this center for many business owners. The mentorship, the capital, we need it, and we appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Ahmed.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Ahmed Zobi. I'm the founder and CEO of Center Health Technologies, a medical device company based here in Irvine. I'm also a resident of Irvine, living down in Irvine Spectrum. And I also graduated from UCI and chose to build here in Irvine. I have to be honest, there hasn't been a lot of real structure since I started my company. And for founders like myself in this city, and we still don't have the help today. I went through a local accelerator at UCI when I graduated, and while it meant well, the system weren't really there in place to help companies actually raise capital. Free space is great, but you got to get that capital going. I'm the only company out of 30 in my cohort to have survived and be here today, and that's because I just can't really quit. I think it's a disease, as entrepreneurship is, but I hope to be able to bring to this world the necessary medical innovations to help save countless lives, not just here in Irvine, but around the US as well. But one of the things that I've seen over the years is that I've seen founders and friends of mine getting swooped up by other states, Arizona, Tennessee, Hawaii, with their innovations. And to Councilman Carroll's part too, they've actually put money into the startups. They've invested their capital into the startups, taken that equity incentive there and helped push the companies through to an exit. And I hope to see that here through this program. And this isn't, a unique to one program. Too many local programs are just pay-to-play pitch events where you're promised investors, but there isn't really that substance there. So I hope that with this new innovation center, we can really get to that substance with an accelerator partner that has the history to be able to bring that capital to this area and help companies succeed. We're excited for this opportunity because with a successful operator, we believe not only Center can grow, but other companies in our network can grow. So give the next generation of Irvine founders what we had to build ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mike Daniel, and if I could also call forward Kristen Gentry, John Kiesler, Zarina B., Susie Harborth, and Brighton Liang.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Good evening. My name is Mike Daniel, and I'm the Network Director for the Orange County Inland Empire Small Business Development Center Network. So we're super excited about a project like this that Pete and Karen and Hillary have put together. We think that this is a great opportunity for us to partner and really help business to start and grow. So a little bit about what we'll be bringing to the table. So we'll be bringing 3 centers. I'll talk about a couple of the other ones, but I want to get to our largest center, which is actually hosted Manal Richa, who's behind me. And so she'll be bringing about 20 of her consultants, and they focus on restaurant, retail, hospitality, food-based businesses, childcare, personal service, professional service, helping doctors start doctors' offices, dental practices. So I know we talked a lot about innovation and tech, but we also are there to support restaurants in growing to their second location, expanding. So they'll be bringing a lion's share of their resources here. We also have one of our tech centers that will focus on really late angel to Series A capital, and so they'll be helping people prepare for that and doing pitch presentations and SBIR funding. And then lastly, we have another one of our centers that's focused purely on debt capital. I think as you heard from Karen's presentation, the #1 need for all business is capital, and I know we talked a lot about equity capital, but debt capital is a huge piece as well. So what our center does is we actually package the product for somebody, and then we match make them with a lender. There are hundreds of qualified lenders. We want to make sure that our businesses get to a qualified lender and don't go online and get next day funding and all of a sudden they're paying 50% interest and they're out of business. So we think that this is a great opportunity. We at Cal State Fullerton are super excited to be a part of this. And so, thank you to the city and thank you for including us in this.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Thank you. This is my first time attending one of these as well. So here we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kristen Gentry. I'm an entrepreneur building a cardiovascular medtech device, developing a heart failure device focused on advancing healthcare needs and one of the most unmet needs. I have experienced firsthand the opportunities and challenges founders face when building innovations to market. Irvine is home to world-class universities, innovative companies, and incredible talent. We have what it takes to become a leading place to launch and grow startups. But is it a critical need in our ecosystem for a trusted, founder-focused accelerator that provides guidance, connections, resources for entrepreneurs to succeed? I'm here today to support the creating of the accelerator that truly serves entrepreneurs and founders building the next generation of companies. One of the biggest challenges startups face is we don't know what we don't know. Founders are experts in what they're building, but they need support in areas that help the companies succeed. We need support from experienced mentors, connections, investors, partners, founders' pathways, resources the founders can trust. When founders lack the right guidance, they are vulnerable for costly mistakes and programs that do not meet and always align with their success. Irvine has the opportunity to build something very special and different, an accelerator based on transparency, accountability, experienced mentors, and measurable results. Irvine has the opportunity for a new standard to support founders. Let's create an accelerator to support the founders and trust to give the support that the companies need to build tomorrow's devices. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us, and thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
John?
Welcome. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is John Keisler, and I'm the CEO of the Sunstone Investment Group, which is a local small business located at Airport Towers here in Irvine. And something that you are hearing, and I've heard a few times tonight from some of these entrepreneurs and small business owners, is that this is the first time they've ever been to their City Council meeting. And I think that that's one of the most important things that you're doing with creating this center, a physical place where the private sector is meeting their government, their local government, and being able to not only tap into technical assistance and capital access, but also to connect with their local government around the industries and the priorities and the resources that they need to succeed here, from licensing and permitting, but also just being able to meet one another and meet city staff for the first time. So we're extremely excited at Sunstone. We have about 24 full-time employees now. We hope to grow in Irvine. And I know that, you know, small businesses, entrepreneurs, but also government funding, private capital, when they see a city council establish a physical place, it's like establishing a sacred space for entrepreneurship, for something that people, that you value it and that you want more of it. There will be many cities that are envious of what you're doing, and hopefully more that copy what you're doing, because that's the thing we need more than ever in the American economy, for our young people, but also for our entrepreneurs from some of those bigger companies you were talking about. When they get that idea, but don't know how to take that idea out of their company and start their own business, sometimes those are your best and most successful entrepreneurs. So thank you for doing this. Sunstone is behind you 100%. We're so grateful for what John and Stella are doing, a true public-private partnership.
Thank you very much.
Zarina?
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council members, distinguished guests, and fellow community members. My name is Zarina Bahadur, and I'm the CEO and founder of 123 Baby Box. We are a developmental toy and baby subscription box company based here in Irvine. I'm a proud UCI alum, where I earned both my bachelor's and master's degrees. I started my company while I was a student at UCI and competed in the New Venture competition. I was fortunate enough to win first place out of 114 startups. After graduation, I made the decision to grow and build my company not in Silicon Valley, but here in Irvine. Along the way, I was incredibly fortunate enough to have Sunstone become my first investor. John and Stella have dedicated so much of their time and energy to supporting entrepreneurs, and I've seen firsthand the impact they have on founders like me. They don't just invest in companies, they invest in people, helping entrepreneurs turn ideas into thriving businesses. It's inspiring to see them partnering with the city to help bring the Irvine Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship to life. I strongly support this initiative because entrepreneurs need more than just good ideas. We need mentorship. We need access to funding, strategic partnerships, and a community that helps us grow. By investing in entrepreneurs, Irvine is investing in innovation and the great generation of companies that will choose to build and stay here. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for supporting Irvine's entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Thank you for your comments.
Susie?
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Susie Harborth. I am an Irvine resident, investor, having been both a venture capitalist and an angel investor, and I'm a serial entrepreneur. I currently invest now from my own family office. I chose to relocate my family to Irvine, like many of us, because of the quality of life here, because of the concentration of innovative companies and the opportunity to build alongside an incredible business community. I've had the privilege and the pleasure of living in many innovation ecosystems, including San Francisco Bay Area, Boston, and San Diego. Entrepreneurship is exciting, but it can also be challenging and lonely. And as you've heard from many supporters today, the resources that entrepreneurs need in order to fully thrive is something that Irvine has an opportunity to really support. An innovation center creates those opportunities and strengthens the ecosystem that already makes Irvine such an attractive place to live and build. It sends a clear message that Irvine is a welcoming landing pad for global companies. I speak to a ton of international companies looking for a satellite location and a presence in the US, and I'm always encouraging them to look at Irvine. And also for the launchpad of local businesses, which you've heard today, small businesses, retiring founders, entrepreneurship through acquisition, lots of initiatives that I think the team and the city staff are really championing, and I'm super excited to be a partner as much as I can. So in ending, I would like to say that Irvine is an amazing place to work, live, play, and grow, both professionally and personally, and I hope you support this initiative. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your comments.
Brighton?
Hello, City Council. I'm currently a high school student, but today I don't just want to stand here as a student. I also want to stand as an entrepreneur who wants to build a strong community that can shape the future. Because while ideas, technology, and hard work are essential, it's having a community and a place that gives you new opportunities and gives you new ways to expand that allows for true innovation. This is why I would like to support the Irvine Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, as well as thank the Stella and John Foundation, as well as Sunstone Venture and Innovation Center. Because over the past year, I've seen just how much incredible work they've been able to do, and by combining founders, investors, mentors, and so many people together, it creates these moments that simply would not exist otherwise. For example, just a few weeks ago, I was able to present at Irvine Tech Day, just right here actually, and it was only through these initiatives that it was able to come to life. Because when expanding entrepreneurship, you're not just helping one idea, but you're also creating an ecosystem where leaders can gather together and build on that momentum in order to create a permanent hub for collaboration. And even just a few days ago, I was at the CAS Global Youth STEM Entrepreneurship West Regional Competition, which I believe Melinda Liu was actually there to speak and help advocate for it. And it's only through initiatives like these and the public support that it's able to grow and actually help the youth and help entrepreneurship expand. So in conclusion, I would just like to support the Irvine Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and I really hope that you guys can make it come to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Our next speaker is Nadine Afari. Nadine, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Agrim and the City Council members,
My name is Sandeeta Fari, and I am based at Rady Children's Health. I also support innovators and entrepreneurs at the University of California, Irvine. And we have so many pediatric startups and larger strategics that want to move to Irvine to build their families, build out their academic research portfolios and intellectual capitals with their businesses. I also want to thank Karen and Pete for the incredible work that you've done in pediatric research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and acceleration. I can't thank you enough. We are underfunded in pediatrics, but we are here, we are ready to serve, and we want to help build up these pediatric med tech and biotech startups. I also serve actually at the PDC FDA level to help accelerate pediatric medical devices through the FDA pathways. And also the ONC, which is our Office of National Coordination for Health Information Technology, which is our principal federal entity within HHS as well. We have a new initiative called Operation Trailblazer to accelerate children's health research innovation, clinical trials, decentralized clinical trials, and pharmacy as well. I also want to add, and this is something that I have chatted with Karen about often, is we need to accelerate the workforce development. I think Irvine is an incredible place to do that. I need more clinical data sandbox architects for pharmacy trials, hybrid roles in managing de-identified data, clinical champion liaison as well. I'm so grateful, and thank you so much for helping us innovate in children's health. And Karen and Pete, it has been an honor to serve under your leadership and help.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is telephone number 258. 258, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Manesh here. I'm an Irvine resident in the IBC, the Irvine Business Complex, and I wanted to speak on the Innovation Center idea. Overall, I do support the concept. I think Irvine should be looking at ways to encourage innovation, new ideas, and spaces that can help the city keep moving forward. So I'm not here to say no to the idea itself. I actually think this is something Irvine may need. But I do have concerns about the cost and the structure of it. I'd like to ask whether the city is also looking at lower cost alternatives or other models that could reduce the city's capital investment and then the ongoing financial commitment. Because if this becomes a costly operation using taxpayer dollars, then we need to be careful before locking into something expensive. My main concern is what happens if it doesn't work as planned, if the city enters into a long-term expensive lease with the Irvine company and the center fails or underperforms, are taxpayers going to be expected to bail it out? So my ask is simple. Please support innovation, but also fully examine lower cost options, the financial risks, and the exit strategy before making a long-term commitment. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Having concluded our public comment, we'll take one more round of council questions, comments. Motion would be in order at the appropriate time as well. I have two requests to be heard, one from Councilmember Liu, followed by Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Bryden, for the shout out. I want to thank Karen and Pete for pushing this forward and working so much on this project from the time that I got on council. And I was really excited to have that because from previous job experience, I know that there are lots of people with great ideas. They just don't know how to navigate the system. They don't know how to find capital. They don't know how to even set up a business legally. So this all-in-one, just go in, have the service, have them all from starting with an idea to building and expanding their business, that is invaluable in the city of Irvine. And I also want to thank John and Stella for what they've been doing, not just for small businesses, for students as well, what they've invested in, so Irvine focused. And so this is a great way. This is a city of innovation. I'm so glad that we're finally able to have an innovation center. And I've been talking to a lot of local business owners and people who have capital to invest and they don't know where to go. And quite frankly, there's a lot of buzz and excitement right now. Every time I mention this, they can't wait for this to happen and they want more information. So I'm glad we're finally able to have it at this meeting. I wanted to point out that, well, I think we all know, unfortunately, most businesses in the first 3 years, they run on a deficit or a loss. And so, and they might not survive. So I understand the need or the interest in having equity in some of the businesses that we incubate. I think we had a discussion about that. Karen, would you be able to remind us what the concerns were?
Sure, I'm happy to speak about that. So approaching the pro forma for the center, understanding the current financial circumstances the city is facing, what we presented tonight is the what we call the lowest risk option on getting the project off the ground and most cost effective for the near term, 5 years, call it. When we make what Councilmember Carroll had said in regards to equity investments, those generally take time before a transaction happens, and you can, actually see that equity share return to the city. So, so what is presented tonight is really a de-risked model that allows the city to advance the project with as minimal cost as possible on the front end, but not really taking into consideration on the equity side yet. However, when we turn positive revenues in year 4 or 5, we had explored potential alternatives on how to use that source of positive net profit, and potentially that is an area of opportunity to deploy capital back into what City Council desires at that point in time, which may be equity investments and whatnot. Simultaneously, I think we can address, we are going through the RFP process. So as part of the RFP process, we are asking our potential operator in that competitive process to be creative and imaginative for the city, really putting the city's long-term goals and objectives, one being the center's sustainability at the forefront. So that is on the table as we continue to go through the competitive bid process, and we will be returning back to City Council when that process wraps up, probably within the next, I would say, 60 days.
Thank you. And I agree with you. It's great for us to get this off the ground first, and thanks to all the investors and the people who are willing to contribute and donate to the city to have this private public partnership, to have this off the ground. And I understand that in a few years we'll be able to revisit the issue about having equities, and I think this is a great start. So thank you so much for all your work, and I fully support this.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to see a project like this in the scale. Having gone to UCI, part of the business school, there are resources at the university, but a lot of it is university-driven in that setting, which is appreciated, and that's, an organization like University of California, Irvine brings a lot of benefits to our city. Having this location at this side of town greatly enhances the services that we can provide to the entrepreneurs and businesses. And I just want to thank the Stella and John Foundation for taking a leap of faith and investing in our city. I think what they bring to the table will definitely resonate. And in terms of moving forward, I'd love to see us take a more of an active role in investment, just like we have community centers, libraries. Why not put this in one of our buildings, instead of, going to the Irvine company and renting space. In the future, I'd love to see a bigger format of this in one of our own buildings so that it would be there to stand for the rest of the time. So in terms of equity, I think it would be a great idea if we can find a way, but to answer Councilmember Carroll, hopefully there's a lot of intangible benefits that come out from successful companies that do come out of this. Companies like Dell, how much they've transformed Round Rock, Austin area. Companies like Zappos, who've really given back and reinvested in the community in downtown Las Vegas. I think that economic impact has to be considered as well. And like I said, just like Stella and John took a leap of faith, we have to take a leap of faith and trust that those founders will give back to our community. And we've already seen a lot of that. If you look at the buildings at UCI, what they're named after, you can already see what type of contributions these leaders have. So I think moving forward, this is a good model to have. We may not receive direct tangible benefits up front right away in terms of equity. We might see a little bit of a first couple of years of growing and getting to the right place. But overall, long term, this is a good step forward, being rightly located next to major universities and having the talent pool. Irvine's in a unique spot to take advantage of this.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a wonderful center, really great. However we can support small businesses is we should absolutely do. And so I'm grateful to the staff and our partners for doing this. I will make the motion. Then the motion is for the staff recommended items here. They're listed in the agenda, but in brief. 1, authorize the city manager or designee to finalize and execute a lease agreement for the Irvine Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. 2, authorize the city manager or designee to execute MOUs with the Stella and John Foundation, Orange County Inland Empire Small Business Development Center, Greater Irvine Chamber of Commerce, and American Lending Center. And 3, authorize the city manager or designee to accept donations from the Stella and John Foundation in accordance with the associated MOU and implement any associated budget revenue and expenditure appropriations.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Comment, Councilmember Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to speak to the motion. I'll be supporting it. I just want to clarify some of the things that were set up here. My view is not that city taxpayer dollars need to be invested. My view is, as I had communicated to staff so my colleagues know, that we're already contributing value in the space, and there's, the mentorship we're going to provide and everything else with regard to that. There's value being transferred and conferred. It may not be a lot, but there's some essential value that's being transferred by these companies essentially at the Innovation Center. So whether it's baked in now, which it won't be, and I don't agree there should be a number of years, I think it needs to happen very, very soon, that we should figure out a way to have these companies that we're, our call it our portfolio, if you will, at the center, that we get something for that in regard to the contribution that we're making to them. But I'm not advocating taxpayer dollars being invested, so I just want to make sure we're clear that when I come back with it, it's going to be about taking a view of what we're contributing in kind, mentorship, opportunity, collaboration, the lease space at a Class A, amazing building that people pay market rent for to the Irvine company, and how do we translate into some kind of, essentially phantom value, and how do we bake that phantom value? And again, the company, just to kind of lay it out, Karen and I, these companies may not be incorporated yet. We're just figuring out, is there a way to work a context, and the point at which the thing goes from an idea to a laboratory to a, and this is what it was. I mean, Field Day, I learned yesterday, was a group of people from Jet Propulsion Laboratory that entered into contests, and they weren't incorporated yet. But at some point, they became an entity, And at that point, people got behind it and backed it and got, pieces of ownership, equity, we call it. And I think that's an opportunity at some point for us to get something, however small. So thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. And I'll be completely supportive. I think this is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further requests for comment from council members. That being the case, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you both. Thank you all for your participation in this important matter tonight. Thank you. That takes us, let me tell you what my thinking is here a little bit. Although we've made significant progress with our agenda, I think we should move ahead with, by the way, 5.2 was moved to the consent calendar as 5.7, so that takes us to 5.3, which is the establishment of the Library Advisory Committee. We do intend to take that now. And my thought was, depending on how we do on that, we may wish to move up ranked choice voting. I want to consult with my colleagues. I'm just sharing at this moment what my own thoughts are. All right? Okay, and if we do that, we may want to take a brief break before we actually move into that. But let's see how we do on item 5.3. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Establish Library Advisory Committee, approve bylaws for the committee, and authorize the city manager to execute memoranda of understanding with Friends of the Library organizations.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn to our very capable staff in this matter. Would you please introduce yourselves, Mr. Slama, and your colleague as well?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Agron and City Council members. I am Chris Slama, the Director of Community and Library Services, and here with me tonight is Julie Zioli, our City Librarian. And as mentioned, we're going to be discussing with you for your consideration the establishment of a Library Advisory Committee. So just a real brief background on where we are now, and then I'll hand it to Julie to go over some of the details on the proposal for the committee. Back on February 10th of 2026, the City Council directed staff to develop a plan to establish a Library Advisory Committee composed of 1 appointee per City Council member, 2 at-large members that would be subject to the requirements of the Brown Act. Staff returned on April 28th, 2026 to the City Council under that direction to propose the new structure. After discussion, deliberation, the City Council ultimately directed staff to return with proposed bylaws for a Library Advisory Committee composed of 1 appointee per council member, liaison members representing each of the existing Friends of the Library organizations, Irvine Unified School District, and the Irvine Public Library Teen Advisory Group, as well as an additional Friends of the Library liaison representing the Great Park. The City Council also directed the committee attempt to meet monthly during its first 6 months and quarterly after that. And now I'll hand it to Julie.
Thank you, Director Slama. So the committee would serve in an advisory role to the Commission and would promote awareness and advocacy for equitable, high-quality library services, consider community needs and provide appropriate recommendations to the Community and Library Services Commission, work collaboratively with organizations within the city and the surrounding areas that have an impact on library services by informally sharing information learned at meetings, provide input and feedback to the Community and Library Services Commission on strategic initiatives, including the Library Master Plan and future library facilities, report annually to the Community and Library Service Commission on goals and accomplishments, and perform such other duties or studies as may be directed by City Council. Next slide. In order to follow Council's April 28th direction and in accordance with the proposed bylaws, staff recommends authorizing the city manager and/or designee to negotiate and execute memorandum of understanding with the Friends of the Library organizations formed in support of planned Irvine Public Library facilities, including the newly formed Friends of the Great Park Library. Consistent with the city's existing MOUs with the Heritage Park, University Park, and Katie Wheeler Friends of the Library organizations, the agreement would establish the organization's relationship with the Irvine Public Library and its eligibility to appoint a liaison member to the Library Advisory Committee. So before you are the proposed actions tonight. We're happy to answer any questions.
All right. Let me first inquire of the city clerk. Are there requests for public participation on this item?
Yes, Mayor, there are. We have 6 requests to speak.
How many in the chamber and how many remote?
5 in the chamber and 1 remote.
Thank you. All right. I think we'll take a first round of council comments or questions of staff, and then we'll move right on to hear from the public, and then see if we can move to a point of action here tonight. Any requests at this time to be heard? All right. Let's go with the public.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Jay Bruce, Adam Hill, Lucy Liu, Mari Fuji, and Heidi. And we'll start with Jay Bruce.
Hey, council members. I'm Jay Bruce. I'm a 2026 City Council summer intern, but speaking only for myself. I just want to say I support, in general, a lot of, or just basically the whole bylaws that we have proposed here. I think the staff have done a great job incorporating, and specifically, I really appreciate the pushing back the meeting time to 5 p.m. I was surprised a little, though, to see today under the agenda, agendized today, this around noon, memo from Councilmember Tressiter proposing a lot of changes to the bylaws. I think we all understand the importance of getting this committee set up quickly, expeditiously, and I feel like giving this memo out the day of the meeting kind of doesn't give everyone enough time to really consider the ramifications of what's suggested. Just off the top of my head, I think it's the meeting frequency, I think, can be decided based on staff needs, monthly or quarterly. I think maybe monthly works well, especially for the master plan timing, but I have less issue with that. The bigger issue I have is with removing the district requirement. We already have kind of duplicated representation for Great Park, University Park, and Heritage Park, I think to a lesser extent, with the Friends of the Library appointee and the City Council appointee. And now to have the City Council's members able to appoint members from wherever in the city, we could potentially have, not to throw this up, but for example, Mike Carroll, if he appoints a Great Park person to the committee, then we'll have 3 representatives for the Great Park. I think the district requirement is important to ensure that we have equal representation geographically, especially when we're considering the master plan of where we're going to be putting library facilities and such. Aside from that, the library master plan delaying all the progress until the library committee is formed, I think that would just, our initial projection was for it to be finished by November, and given that it's been delayed a few months, I'd be surprised if that doesn't get back even more, and I would just see if the formation of this library committee, beyond just the bylaws, getting appointees and onboarding all of them, if that would result in the entire master plan being delayed by half a year or a year, and how, if that's really worth it. I think it's worth considering, but especially the district thing. I think we don't have to go ahead with removing the district requirement, but we should really discuss the other two proposed changes. But otherwise, thank you to the city staff.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comment.
Adam Hill.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Irvine. My name is Adam Hill. I am the treasurer for the Great Friends of the Great Park Library and a Scout Den leader and a father of 2 young boys. I have seen in my professional and personal life the impact that the right resources can make in students' life. I'm a former teacher as well. Good news. I know everyone here actually has the same goal: make timely, meaningful change in the community while leveraging resources in an effective way. Mike might call it fiscal responsibility. James could call it reducing bureaucracy. Kathleen and Larry both often say we should safeguard community tax dollars. Melinda is a champion for practical solutions, and I know William delivers on his promises. And Betty, I know we can both move forward with our plan while preserving the University Park Library. We agree on the goals, but we disagree on what path drives that balance between our impact and our resources. I love the Library Advisory Committee. One line item in the memo tonight is critical. I would ask, would you please flip to it now? It's at the very bottom. 1.3.4.1. If you would put a star, just like, this is critical. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm not with my kids right now. It says, condition precedent for strategic initiatives. I want you to consider right now if this line deserves your yes or your no. Number 1, has anyone calling for a freeze in the progress that is specifically called out in this line, have they clearly said what specific outcomes of that LAC are not possible without this freeze? Okay? Why can't they meet their goals without this? And number 2, if you vote to lock out city and contractor progress, it says 60 days, but really it's going to be 3 months, however long it takes for that first meeting to be formed and start, then 60 days. So don't just limit it to that. I mean, we know how projects go. We know that time is money, and for government projects, sometimes time is money times 10. I absolutely support the LAC, provided it is driven by specific goals and clear problem statements, and that we don't chisel in stone tonight, right now, that progress must freeze. Please, council members and mayor and vice mayor, ask yourself if your vote tonight is going to serve me, my children, my neighbors, and my scouts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lou?
Welcome. Hello. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lucy Liu. I'm an Irvine resident, a parent, a former librarian. Actually, I was an entrepreneur librarian, helping business and entrepreneur could get connected to local resources. I'm very interested in the topic we just had earlier. But tonight, I'm here as the president of the Friends of the Great Park Library. I'm here to support authorizing the city manager to negotiate an MOU with the Friends organizations, such as ours. MOU solidifies the relationship with the city and guarantees that the funds we raise go directly to the Irvine Public Library. So this is in line with the council's own unanimous vote back in October 28th of last year to build a main library in the Great Park Northern Sector and build it expeditiously. So we know our library staff is amazing. In just the last month, they've added 70,000 to the collection. And just for comparison, from library. What that means is we have a public who is clamoring for more library services. Our bookshelves are full, the seating is scarce any time of the day, and all the programs are full and bursting at the seams. So this is exactly the time when the Friends organization can help. For example, Friends of the Huntington Beach Library was formed before the Central Library was constructed. Back in the 1960s, they sold books at local public parks to create the collection. One of the strong components for that library. Francisco Library, their decades, we eventually secured $9 million. I'll want to do funding author every program we help bring to life, strengthen the library today, library of tomorrow. It's a great park library, and however, I do urge we need a progress.
Mari?
Much appreciated, and to council. For the library. Commissions like talented people to the over others. Serve not only library cards are not Section 2(1) Section 2(1) respective district. I also master plan committee is seated that IPL leadership estimates October or November. It's leadership to temporarily pause. I believe many of us separation agreement from Orange County and vetted before it was approved. The same mistake again and unnecessarily rush into developing our master plan development for just a couple of months, allow the committee to be seated and ready to provide detailed to help ensure that this important document is done right from the get-go. The final master plan will be our guide for the next 20 years and longer. Waiting just a couple of months for the committee to be seated is not a lot to ask for. Allow the library committee to be seated so they can be a valuable asset to the IPL staff, not just on the library plan, but other important
Thank you. Your
topics
time is
as
up.
well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Heidi?
Welcome.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, and members of the council, once again, I'm requesting an appointment to the Library Advisory Committee and to remind you what my top priorities will be. First, I will make sure only age-appropriate material is available for our kids and students. To be direct, no porn in the library. You don't have to be a librarian to know porn does not belong in a child's reading book. If kids are curious, they can turn to a trusted adult. Second, I will keep bathrooms safe for everyone, children, adults, and families, with separate safe spaces for the two sexes, plus a gender-neutral option. And unfortunately, I need to point out that I'm a staunch supporter of gay rights because for some strange reason, creepy reason in my opinion, protecting kids from sexual material gets twisted into homophobia. That's not right. I know it's easy to make lofty promises in a speech, so what truly qualifies me for this position is that I cannot be pressured into doing the wrong thing. When I'm on this committee, I will not be bullied or pressured to compromise my beliefs. In my personal and work life, I've stood my ground against these coercive types to the point of being ostracized or even losing my job. Foul material will only get into our libraries over my dead body. I encourage every one of you on this dais to start with this issue, protecting children, when you consider your appointments. Even if I'm not selected, I'll be watching this committee closely. I will not hesitate to tell the public if an appointment here allows porn for kids. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm ready to serve with integrity for all Irvine families.
Thank you for your comments.
Lee Handy. Lee, you have 90 seconds.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Lee Handy, a strong library advocate and an energetic supporter of our Irvine Public Library system. This is a time for rejoicing. After years of seeking the establishment of a library advisory committee, it is now a reality. I'm ready to clap, but we'll go on. For that, I thank you, City Council members, each and every one of you, and I thank our city librarian, our city library staff, our Director of Community and Library Services. This is just momentous. You've done a lot of hard work to bring the committee into fruition, and it's an extraordinary accomplishment. Our Irvine community members will now be able to have an active voice in the development of our libraries. The committee, known as the LAC, will give important feedback on key issues. Most crucial will be the insights it will provide on the library master plan, which will shape the future of our libraries. I reviewed the carefully drafted bylaws before us here tonight and seek only a few changes to them. Meetings should be held monthly rather than quarterly. Implementation of the master plan process should be delayed a few months until the LAC is formed and functioning. Also, I would like to see the district-based residency requirement eliminated.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Just a moment. Did you sign up before the first speaker began speaking?
Well, I didn't. Unfortunately, it wasn't complete. There was one box that I failed to fill in.
All right. Why don't you go ahead, continue with your remarks. I'll grant you another. Did we start with 90? You take another 90, another second. And speakers do we have? And those are all.
In the library, what could be
for your comments.
Our next speaker is Michaela. Correct, Mayor.
All right.
We can hear you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this tonight. As I conveyed in an earlier email, I think this is a really strong draft and it benefits only from a few small revisions. I'd like to use my time here to explain why I hope you can work out some guarantee in or beyond that is and operational before the master plan initiatives continuing. We've discussed a document for the Irvine. It's going to guide hundreds of millions of hundreds and thousands of our citizens. Input from council, the community and library and listening session. Development of it's even meets. It's an investment in
Mission available. Is moving along. Also would really which is a library time from the county.
I count the city of Irvine, it's Mr. Durfee. Our children are suffering from cognitive delay. We suffer from lack of awareness to go back to reading books in our school, which is a movement and some paper. And there's pause reading programs for kids to have empathy and be able to learn to read, because they're afraid to read to themselves or somebody else. We lack the books about parenting skills in libraries in terms of how to deal with the conviction of the child's determination to have the device that is destroying our children's development. I encourage the City Council and the Commission to be the head of this situation and behind in the literacy of our children in college. They can't read very well. So this is a very important issue. And I hope that you will evaluate that and not just go on and continue as is, because it's just not a lot of awareness and research. And we need to bring it forth in our community in movies and things. And I hope you will engage this conversation. You have my number. I've improved the research. Thank you very much.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment. At this point, I'll turn to council members for their further comment, or indeed if there are questions of staff. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Thank you so much for putting all this together. I really appreciate it. I think that this committee is going to be very important for providing a voice for our residents and a way to liaison easily with the Community and Library Services Commission and the staff. For the most part, I think these laws I think probably a wanting to discuss some changes to the date. I would like this is just a small one. The committee shall consist of no It mentioned commissions and committees. The master plan.
also have
months of that before we no, we don't.
That talking about monthly.
This commission.
Master plan.
It's the Parks Master Plan.
Myself to be maybe take this entire of our other committees. staff time issues. Julie has joy materials and we need to do for a committee that may be a stretching of resources that doesn't really provide the intended result. We have lots of public input channels with regard to this, such as what we've just received. You know, this is the highest channel right here. The 7 people that are elected by the 300,000 residents of Irvine. So we can certainly multiple calls with many of the speakers that were here tonight. I know my colleagues have as well. Just real quick, with regard to the master plan, look, I think I speak for everyone, but I strongly oppose any delay of this master plan. We have a consultant in place. We have there's this leading library firm. I think the idea now that we would maybe put a pause on that, or just sort of kind of put something in the current process, or throw some sand in the gears with this firm that we're working with, I don't really think has a productive end and a result involved. Not saying that we don't want the public input, and I think the testimony to the fact that the 7 of us, spend many evenings past 12 a.m. listening to that very public input, and we'll listen to a lot more of it on additional items, is sort of the counter to the idea that we're not interested in public input, or we're not interested. But the fact that we're even discussing this is basically the result of a public input, a couple of people that wanted this. So I guess, and that's sort of like my answer really so those are my substantive questions, but I think in the end of the day, I've had a lot of conversations with my appointed commissioner who, recently moved off the Community Services Commission, who, when I was a commissioner, he was the chair of the commission, Kevin Trissell. And, I think the concern here is we're adding more bureaucracy. And I don't want to just be an anti-bureaucracy person, because government is really, really, really damn good, particularly at this level. It's actually great, and I'm proud to be part of it. But as a former chair of the Community Services Commission, now called the Community Services and Library Commission, and we could argue, after hours of why the library is even added, because it doesn't say the Community Services and Animal Service, the Animal Care Center Commission. It doesn't say the Community Services in the Great Park. It doesn't say the Community Services in the Senior Center Commission. So I guess I want to know, if we're going to go forward with this, and I am a current library user, my kids are current library users, we're at that library at University Park every other week at least. I wonder why we're not creating a committee for the Great Park. That debate used to be had 10 years ago when I was on that commission. And why are we not having a separate committee? And, we have a really robust animal care center community. The 7 of us know that. Why are we not creating a separate animal care center committee? And then are the seniors going to say at Lakeview, at Rancho, or maybe let's just say there's a group at Rancho over there near me that says, hey, we want a committee for the seniors. We already have that, and it functions the way it does. So I'm a little concerned, and given all this and the fact that, I guess I have 16 seconds, and I'll just not say much more on this, except to say that I'd like to hear what my colleagues would say if I were to propose to put this off for 6 months. The idea of this, not that the committee goes away, but that we just put it off. Because I feel like it's going to interfere with our conduct of our staff that we put in place to run a Irvine public library system. And we currently have the mechanisms in place with the commission, which is a appointed commission that we each, commissioners that we appoint, that may be sufficient while we kind of work out the library plan and work out what we're doing. I hope there would be support for something like that, which is not saying that we shouldn't do it. But I am a little concerned, and I am a little surprised. And the surprise really comes from the fact that if you asked me a little while ago, before this all came together, that we'd have people from the Friends of the Library, sending in red lines and talking about, the fact that we need to pause the Irvine Master Library Plan. Fully intention, I respect everyone's view. It's just, I think I'm going to have to side with the staff on this one. I think they're doing great work. I don't think it's easy. I think it's maybe the heaviest lift we've had, short of the Great Park itself. And I think it's working out great. And I'm really worried about burdening them further. And that being said, I think all of us are open for all the public input we could possibly get. So those are my views, Mayor, and I'm open to any other thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Councilmember and Vice Mayor James Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris and Julie. A question here is when, I know we got a time frame of October, but when can we start appointing people to the committee? What's the time frame for that?
Again, in terms of the first meeting of the committee, it's really going to depend on how quickly the seats can be filled, reach a quorum, and on board. So without making any guarantees, I think we'd be looking at late October at the soonest. But to Councilmember Treseder's point, we would certainly try our best to get them onboarded as soon as possible. Great. All right. Just some of my thoughts on some of the things that were brought up by my colleagues here is, I'm for removing the district restriction on there as well. I have, on my committees and my commissions, I have people from all over the city. We have a large city of 320,000 people. I don't want to limit to one geographic location. I have people that are talented that live in the Great Park that I've appointed to committees. I have people that do District 1 in Orchard as well. I mean, it just depends. I mean, if there's talented people on there. Meetings as well. I think input is great. No reason, especially some are going to be on these. I've seen committees and I've been. I don't think. I don't want to slow.
Martinez, Frank. Two of you, would you like to go? All right. We're not going to involve so many moves. I do think some of the suggestions make sense about restriction on that can always be monthly. That's a real burden. People kind of find the by month over time. We sort of need a kind of a timeline. When do we expect to have the library in place and operational? These various memoranda with Friends of the Library and so forth. It would be helpful to me to actually see it all on a sheet of paper to get some timing of this. I do want to make a couple of points that concern me, and I've expressed them previously. I want all this effort, Community Services Commission, Community and Library Services Commission. What is the official title? I sometimes transpose the words.
Community and Library Services Commission.
Okay. Okay. It occurred to me that's Cal Services Commission, isn't it? Yeah. CAL. Okay. I never hear anybody talking about financing. How are we gonna expand our library system, improve it? I see a lot of, people jockeying for kind of power and where the next branch might go, and I get it. That's kind of natural. But nobody talks about how this is going to be funded. And I am absolutely going to insist that the master plan include within it funding alternatives. When you go build new libraries, it's at least $1,000 a square foot. And we're talking about, for our city, hundreds of millions of dollars over time. And although there's been interest, I know, in what the Friends of the Library might do to step up its fundraising and assistance, there's been talk about creation of a foundation. In my humble opinion, that's not going to cut it. We're not going to have the library of our dreams based on a newly established foundation unless somebody knows of an angel or angels that are prepared to come up to the plate with tens of millions of dollars right out of the gate. So that concerns me about the master plan. I just want the master plan done. I want it done right. I want everybody to be participating in a positive, constructive way in that master planning process. I don't know what this means in terms of the timing of the creation of this advisory committee versus the master plan. It sounds to me like our professional staff can work all this out on a timely schedule. A master plan, there's a lot of preliminary work that goes into the preparation of a master plan that does not require, that preliminary work does absolutely not require that the Library Advisory Committee be established and operational. So if it lags behind a few months here, I think we're going to be all right. That's, again, my sense of it. I do think we should defer to our professional staff in most instances. Do you have any problem with any of the relatively minor suggestions that have been made, changes? If so, say so now. Does it concern you about removing the district?
As far as the district representation, no. As you know, we've done a lot of community outreach over the last couple of years, and we did often hear comments about being sure that all districts are represented, but if it's the pleasure of the council to remove that, it's no problem on staff's part.
And the frequency part, if we start out it's monthly, and they want to continue meeting monthly, I don't have a problem with that. Do you?
Well, I think that may affect the way the bylaws are written currently, but the first 6 months, definitely understand the necessity to have them, between the onboarding and really getting that public outreach component of the master plan going is important. I would have concerns about time consumption as far as staff. The other piece of that is being advisory to the commission. 30 months is not a long time to process and bring back information that we can still have ample time to apprise the commission while getting the work done that the committee is looking for us to do. But again, if it's the pleasure of the council, we can set that up.
Well, instead of requiring a once-a-month meeting, if we went back to the original formulation of it will be once a month for the first 6 months or a year, and thereafter, the advisory committee itself can change how often it wants to meet. If you wrote that into the bylaws, you wouldn't have to change the bylaws then. This is kind of a drafting thing. I think, Mr. Melchin, you understand what I'm trying to do here. In other words, let's start it out one way and see how it works. And the advisory committee, as they start to work together, they say, you know what, we should continue to meet once a month, or maybe we should meet every 2 months or whatever. All right? That was just my thought. That's it. That's it. I'm trying to figure out where we're going to go with this tonight. Maybe I wanted to ask Councilmember Treseder, do you want to push through and make or not make these changes tonight, or do you want to continue this matter and finish it up with everything in front of us at the next council meeting? I'm just inquiring.
Yeah, thank you. I think that I'll try to push through.
All right, then why don't we recognize you and see if you can specify a course of action here.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much for all of your input. I have heard that for the most part, it seems like there's majority support for removing from their respective district language in the city council appointees section so that we can appoint from across the city. I also hear that the majority of the council do not want any pause to the development of the master plan, and I certainly understand the rationale behind that. In lieu of that, is it possible, I'm asking the staff this, could we get, as soon as the LAC is formed and established, can we allow them to please weigh in on the outreach plan for the library and the approach for data collection? Not to pause it, but just to make sure that's the first thing they get to talk about.
That would likely require a change in scope of service with the consultant.
Okay.
I think if I could add in there, once that conversation happens, I mean, there is a massively robust amount of public outreach within this master plan, okay. And we can maybe share that at a future meeting once we know the schedule more in detail. But I think certainly Councilmember Treseder, as soon as we get the committee on board, we would go through that first and foremost with them. If there are any adaptations that can be made without a change in scope, we would absolutely consider those.
Okay. I don't want you to have to do a change in scope with the contract we already have. But yes, please bring the data collection plan and outreach plan to this committee as soon as it's seated. I'd be grateful for that. And then I'm fine with not having any language in the ordinance about pausing the master plan. Let's see. I want to follow up on Ms. Bott's question. She asked a council member to ask the staff about what they envision the role of the library committee is in advising the Community and Library Services Commission. Would they do this like at every meeting? Would they have a liaison, or how would they communicate back and forth?
I think that would definitely be part of the discussion with the committee themselves, but within the bylaws, it does have part of the duties to report annually, but certainly I think if they wanted to report more than that, could definitely be at the pleasure of the committee as well.
Absolutely. The annual report is consistent with other committees, and that's more of a goals and accomplishments. Yeah. So especially during the master planning process, we would, just as staff is doing a monthly report now, we would figure that in the agenda to the commission.
Okay, that sounds great, thank you. I appreciate that. And then in terms of the meeting frequency, it seems like, well, but my perspective is if we have the monthly meetings in the bylaws, it's easy to cancel them, it's harder to add them. But I take the mayor's point that we could include some language in there about the meeting frequency being at the discretion of the committee. Does that sound right, Mr. Melching?
You certainly can do that, yes.
Okay. All right. So in that case, I think I can make a motion, and I'd love to hear what people have to think about it. So I move that we follow the staff recommended actions, which is introduced for the first reading, read by title only, an ordinance of the City Council to the City of Irvine, California, adding Division 10 to Title 3 to the Irvine Municipal Code, establishing a library advisory committee, to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, adopting the bylaws of the Library Advisory Committee of the City of Irvine with the following changes. One, to the membership, section 2.1.1, removing the phrase saying the committee shall consist of no more than 13 voting members, all of which. And so as an aside to Councilmember Liu, I would love to hear a bit more about your concerns about that. But I'll just put that in there for now. Okay, so continuing the motion, revise section 2.1.1.1 to eliminate the text from their respective district so that we could appoint from the city as a whole. Then for section 3.3.1 about the meeting frequency, to remove the text that says in February, May, August, and November, and then remove the phrase, notwithstanding the foregoing, the first 6 meetings of the committee shall be held monthly on the first, second Wednesday of the month, and replace that with meetings. Well, the frequency of the meetings may be adjusted at the discretion of the committee. And that is it for my motion.
I second that.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second. I think at this point, Councilmember Liu, you're up next.
So I want to finish some of my questions and the concerns of the proposed bylaws. If we can go to, if I can direct your attention to 2.1.1, the appointment part of that. I mean, I know that the Councilmember Tustin did say no more than 13, you're including that again. Well, first of all, if we're concerned about the timing and how we complete or fill the seats of this committee moving forward without a cap or without a defined number, it will make it really hard to know when this committee is completed, and that's my concern. And so that's why I wanted to have a certain number. It could be 13, it could be 15, whatever number you feel like having, or the original 9 that we were thinking about. But it has to have a certain number. My other question is, it says all of which shall reside or work in the city. Irvine now has its own library system that is fully funded by Irvine taxpayers. We have property tax. So can you explain to me why the member could be appointed from people who work but not necessarily live in Irvine? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Councilmember Liu, I'll take that question. That just follows the template that we've used for other committees in the city. It is certainly within the council's discretion to say that given the nature of this specific committee and the nature of the funding for libraries in Irvine, that it would be only appropriate to allow residents to be members. That's up to the majority of the council.
Right, I believe when we appoint committee members or commissioners, we are restricted to members who live in the city.
I believe that's true for commissioners, but not for committee members.
Not for committee members, I see. But because of the funding source, that I think it wouldn't be fair for anyone who work here and not live here to be part of the committee.
I think the only caveat to that is the way that it's written, we would have a representative from Irvine Unified School District. So there could be a case that they choose an appointment that maybe doesn't live in the city, but happy to hear.
In that case, wouldn't they represent an entity that is resided in Irvine?
This is a problem that can be solved with the language if that's the council's pleasure. The residency requirement is based on the membership, not the member's organization, the way it's currently written, but we can write it differently if that's the council's pleasure.
I would like to see an amendment on that one. And the other thing is, how will the formation of this advisory committee align with the overall library transition timeline, including remodeling at Heritage Park, the future opening of the main library, the expiration of the lease of Katie Wheeler and University Park, and just to make sure that we have continuity to ensure that is consistent throughout the process, because what we see is that you have different people coming in and out, then policies can change, and we essentially wasted time or valuable resources in changing policies.
Sure, I definitely understand the concern there. My answer to that would be the master plan process will be about 12 to 18 months. That will be essentially adopted by the city council, and that will be the guiding document moving forward, regardless of who's on that committee, until it's updated whenever that date comes.
Okay, well, fundamentally, while I do support having resident input on how we make a master plan, I am very uncomfortable with the current status of the bylaws as proposed, because there's so many things that needed to be clarified and to be certain. So, I hate to make changes on the dais or make so many changes on the dais. So I appreciate your work, but I will be very uncomfortable voting for this today.
All right. I'm just thinking of whether this could be at some point bifurcated, trifurcated, voted on in pieces. Certainly when we're talking about an ordinance, if that's in good shape, we want to get it going. The bylaws can kind of trail behind. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor. But if I could, I want to take an opportunity, maybe for the benefit of Councilmember Treseder as the maker of the motion. The requirement that there be 13 members to the committee also appears in the ordinance. And so if there is a desire to remove that requirement from the bylaws to facilitate a sort of an ever-growing membership of the committee when there's a new MOU with a new Friends of the Library, then that a parallel change would need to be made in the ordinance.
Would you like that included in the introduction of the ordinance?
Yeah, thank you.
And the second on that, who was the okay, Councilmember Martinez Franco agrees, so that will be deemed to be included in the introduction. I'm just trying to move things. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I make the record very clear because of the formalities of doing an ordinance. In order to achieve that, in Section 2 of the ordinance, we would delete in its entirety Section 3.10-102, which is composition of the committee, and then we would change Section 3-10-103, which currently is titled appointment, to say composition and appointment, and to begin with the sentence, the Library Advisory Committee shall be composed of the following members, which shall be appointed as follows. And then the rest will remain the same.
All right, I assume the maker of the motion is comfortable with that language?
Thank you, I am.
And the second? All right. Why don't we just push ahead with the
I'm sorry, Mayor.
with the ordinance the ordinance alone would require a modification of your motion just to simply be a reading of the ordinance with the previously stated changes.
Could you please clarify that again?
Well, the ordinance is law,
Yeah.
and the other stuff can follow later, but I'd like to get the ordinance adopted because we have to have a second reading and 30 days and so forth. And, you know, if the bylaws trailed behind a little bit in time, I don't think we're disadvantaging ourselves.
Okay, for example, we could maybe bring back the bylaws at the same time that we're voting on the second reading of the ordinance?
Absolutely.
Okay, that is acceptable to me.
All right. Is that acceptable? All right. So we're dealing with the ordinance only, and the motion has been clear, the motion and the second. Councilmember Treseder, did you want to be recognized?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Liu.
So quick question, I just wanted to know, if we're bifurcating this and adopting the ordinance today and delaying the adoption of the bylaws later, would there be any issues with signing the MOU? Because there are 3 action items. Yes, sorry, Mr. Melching.
Councilmember Liu, no.
Okay, so will we be able to essentially adopt the ordinance and also direct staff to?
My suggestion is let's stick with the motion now, and then immediately following adoption of the motion, you or somebody else can introduce a motion to approve staff recommendation number 3.
We're bifurcating all of them.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're prepared for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Excellent. Now, a motion would be in order to move staff recommendation 3, which again is authorization to negotiate and execute memoranda of understandings with the Friends of the Library groups.
I can move that motion forward.
Okay, I'll second that.
That's moved by Councilmember Go. Was it Councilmember Treseder who seconded? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Liu seconds it. Any discussion? There being none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
All right. 2/3 of the work is done, and we'll be bringing back the bylaws up as soon as possible. All right. Well, that was easy. Okay. Now what's next? Let's move on to the ranked choice voting. That would be my suggestion. I would suggest, if that's agreeable to folks, that, because we may not get beyond that tonight. Is that understood by everyone? No objection? All right. I'm going to suggest, however, we take a 10-minute break, take a recess for 10 minutes, and we return and make sure that we're underway by 10 o'clock. All right? Thank you. We're in recess. The meeting come to order again. We are 10:05 p.m., having been in recess, as it turns out, for 15 minutes. And I think, without objection, I'd like to just review for a moment where we are in the agenda. If we were, without objection, to move forward with the ranked choice voting matter, I think it's a practical matter. That would be our final item of business tonight. Is it acceptable to push the others to another meeting? Everybody all right with that? All right. Let me just also mention in that connection that I had put the final measure on which was to possibly discuss giving direction to the city attorney to prepare one or more measures for placement on the November 3rd municipal ballot. I conferred with the city attorney. I'd put that on kind of as a catch-all to make sure that everybody understood we were at the end of the line here in terms of putting things on the November ballot. But as it turns out, we could actually, as late as our next meeting, our next regular meeting, which is July 28th, we could consider ballot measures. If we were to approve something, it would then be on the November ballot. And in fact, the absolute drop dead date is about August 4th, is it? 4th or 5th?
The Mayor, the county needs to receive the city council actions, resolutions, putting an item on the ballot, plus the direct arguments, plus the city attorney impartial analysis by August 7th.
So really, we'd have to get everything by way of direction would have to be done on the 28th. And then the council could meet again in a special meeting if needed.
Correct. As it sits right now, I don't have any direction. So
Right.
there's nothing for me to write. So what would happen on the 28th is I would receive direction, if any is to be given. Then there would need to be a special meeting to approve the resolutions, and then sufficient time to do the direct arguments and the impartial analysis. Get all that done by the 6th,
Right.
so that it could be submitted to the clerk, the registrar, the Orange County registrar, on the 7th.
I understand. I'm just laying all this out because it suggests to me it gives us a little more breathing space than we previously thought we had. Mindful of that, at this point, let's turn to item 5.7. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Consideration of a request by Councilmembers Martinez Franco, Liu, and Treseder to discuss amendments to the proposed ranked choice voting ordinance and resolutions ordering the submission to the qualified electors of the city a ballot measure related to ranked choice voting elections at the general municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, setting priorities for filing written arguments and providing for the filing of rebuttal arguments.
Excellent. I think this was actually placed on the agenda by way of a memo from Councilmember Martinez Franco. Am I correct in that? So I'll turn to you at this time, and we'll open things up with your presentation, all right?
All right, thank you. I want to first thank city staff and the entire community for their extensive work and analysis they have completed on this ordinance. This request is simply to bring the ranked choice voting ordinance back in the same form so the council and the public could have more time to review the proposal language, red lines, amendments, and supporting materials. The three proposed changes will provide timely preliminary results, remove a separate county approval condition, replace a fixed dollar cap with a flexible but enforceable cost limit. I don't need any other modifications, and I appreciate staff continued diligence and believe bringing this item back gave everyone the time needed to fully consider the ordinance and the proposed changes. So I will rapidly do my motion, and if you don't mind putting it in the, yeah. I would like to move to adopt the red line language of Initiative Ordinance number 26 as outlined in the June 24, 2026 memo for submission to the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election, and to establish the procedures for filing written and rebuttal arguments. Do I have a second?
I'll call for...
Second. Second.
Hold on. I'll call for a second.
Yeah. I did.
Was that you, Councilmember Treseder?
Oh, either one.
Councilmember Liu. All right. The motion has been made and seconded. And how many requests do we have?
We have 30 requests to speak.
All right. I think at this point it would make sense to limit everybody to 90 seconds. Those who recognize that their point has already been made by someone else might actually consider waiving their right to be heard. I think we would probably benefit from, well, I guess we can hear from the public first, unless council members would like to respond to what's before us initially in one quick round and then taking public comment. Well, let me just start things that way. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard before we hear from the public? Seeing no requests, why don't we just get started?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward, Scott Purley, Joanne Slobodium, Jeff Stark, Pam Wyckoff, Anker, Doug Elliott, Tai Truong, Dwayne Meek, Michael Fusco, and Alexander R. And we'll start with Mr. Purley.
Welcome.
Thank you, Council. My name is Scott Purley, a longtime resident of the city. I don't understand why we are pushing this to the voters today when the Council has not even publicly, openly discussed the benefits or the claimed benefits of the proponents. Are we to assume that you accept the benefits? Voters will certainly assume that you have. As to the benefits, ranked choice voting will not and cannot ensure majority support, nor will it prevent strategic voting, and it will actually encourage it. It will also not enhance democracy. If anything, it will be harmful. There are no real benefits to voters. 22 states have even banned ranked choice voting. Everyone knows how to vote, and we know what the term majority means in elections. If you have to eliminate or modify ballots to create a new magical majority, you're kidding yourself and the voters. You need 5 pages of this agenda's supporting documents, 5 pages to describe how it works and most people still don't know what you're talking about. The registrar of voters cannot yet handle ranked choice voting, and you want to commit today to use it in 2028 if the voters say yes? What is the rush? Table this subject indefinitely.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Commit to further analysis and open discussion. Perhaps we'll learn why 22 states have abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Joanne
comments.
Slobodian.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Ranked choice voting is not a harmless idea you try again. Irvine already has an election system that works. Residents understand it, trust it, and it produces clear election results. Yet you're asking taxpayers to spend $710,000 to replace that system with a new one that no one has shown we actually need. On top of that, you're asking taxpayers to spend an additional $15,000 just to put it on the ballot. During a budget deficit, that's not fiscal responsibility. We already debated ranked choice voting. This council chose not to move it forward. Now we're back debating the same proposal again, but nothing's changed except your language. Irvine's election system still works. Before spending $710,000 to replace our election system, show us evidence it's broken. If you can't identify the problem, don't spend the money. Every dollar spent implementing ranked choice voting is a dollar that can be spent on public safety, maintaining our parks and open space, repairing streets, meeting others' needs. That's an election problem. It has a problem. $710,000 replacing an election system that already works. Vote no on ranked choice voting. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Let's start.
Support Irvine letting our residents. Our current system, a majority of the vote. I feel this will encourage common feeling among voters. Minutes, they will be throwing their vote away. We'll encourage more people to participate. And viewpoints encouraged to participate.
Your comments.
Mayor, why is it necessary to vote to integrate our 6 race pluralities and V is banned in 19 states? 0.59% of jurisdictions in the country use ranked choice voting. The federal government is considering a bill to ban it. Only special interest groups and cheaters want RCV. RCV is not practical regarding voter information, implementation, tabulating, security, and confidence. I've been to the Santa Ana voting facility, and there's hundreds of people there, and you know what our ballots look like when you get them in the mail. You see our information guides. Why are the big donors targeting Irvine for this? All the cities in Orange County, Anaheim, Buena Park. As our council officials, you must stop this radical change of our election system. It makes it more difficult to vote, more difficult to count votes, and more difficult to trust the voting system. Ranked choice voting is wrong for Irvine's
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Ankur.
Welcome.
Hello, council members. My name is Ankur Parikh, and I recently graduated from Woodbridge High School. I'd like to thank Councilmember Martinez-Franco, Lou, and Jasiter for bringing up this item. I'm in strong support of ranked choice voting in Irvine. As the former ASB president at Woodbridge High School, we recently implemented ranked choice voting to conduct our own ASB elections, and we've been using it for 2 years now. And we noticed there was such a big difference in how our elections were conducted. There was a more diverse group of students who ran for a position. Elections have shifted from being so opposing to also having candidates reach out to different groups of students, trying to get their votes as a second place vote, even if they know that that group of students is not likely to vote for them first. This coalition building has led to stronger groups of ASB members being elected that better represent all students on campus, not just those friends that they know well. In Irvine, a similar thing can occur with a similar process to voting. Ranked choice voting is not much more complicated than voting for a single candidate. The only difference is that in addition to one's first place vote, they can also rank other candidates. If we were able to do this with high school students, the city can certainly teach the public about this different voting system. I'm a strong supporter of ranked choice voting to make our elections in Irvine more democratic and our elected officials more representative of their constituents. Thank you.
Doug Elliott.
Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, Council. I'm Doug Elliott, City Commissioner, speaking only for myself. I think I have to disagree with one of the previous commenters saying that there hasn't been any showing of a problem. There's no need for this. Well, excuse me, but if you believe in democracy, the bedrock principle of democracy is majority rule. And when you can have a mayor elected by 37-point-something%, as we have a couple of times in the past, that isn't majority rule, that's minority rule. We hear that, that ranked choice is complicated and confusing, but we also heard tonight what an innovative city Irvine is, full of smart, well-educated people. My previous speaker here just said, as former ASB president at Woodbridge, that Woodbridge High School is using this system. Maybe if people find it complicated, we can get some of the Woodbridge graduates out here to educate the public. And, you know, I just have to say from personal experience, I voted ranked choice in San Francisco 20 years ago. You do it once and it's new. Do it a second time, it's like riding a bicycle. It's not a problem.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Do this.
Thank you.
Hi, Truong.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. I'm T. Trung, serving on Transportation Commission, but speaking on behalf of myself. I'm a District 5 resident. I moved here in 2023. I'm a postdoc, so I have a PhD. I'm really educated. It still takes a lot of effort to read all the City Council members' candidate statements and really know who to vote for the first time. I really like to thoughtfully know who I'm voting for. I know a lot of other people feel the same. So I want to echo previous speakers' sentiments that it will really increase democracy and participation. People will feel more of an effort to buy in and read more about the candidates and to have more confidence that their voice will be heard. So I really support ranked choice voting to increase democracy and really support the voters in having their voice heard. And so I really urge you to put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Meek.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Dwayne Meek, and I have lived in Irvine since 1987, in my house in Turtle Rock since 1989, and I basically am speaking tonight because since I have been involved with the Cal RCV movement, I have been out with my purple shirt talking to people in Irvine, and what I am finding is that as most people hear what ranked choice voting is, what the benefits are, we've got a really educated populace out there, and they're smart enough to deal with ranked choice voting, and when they hear what it does and the benefits, they're very, very supportive of it. And we're not asking you to make the decision. All we're asking you is to put this out to the people and ask the people, is this something you want? So I request that you do that and put the ordinance out onto the November 3rd ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Michael Fusco.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Michael Fusco. I've been a District 5 resident for going on about 2 decades, and I'm here in support of ranked choice voting. Most of what I wanted to say has already been said by everyone in the purple shirts. But ranked choice voting it's a proven system that has been adopted by cities nationwide. It's not too complicated. It's actually pretty simple, and it is a perfect way of making sure that most people get most of what they want. The ranking system is simple. You don't even need to understand how the votes are counted in order to choose your candidates. Everybody knows how to rank things. You just make your choices and trust that the people counting the votes are doing their job properly, which they do. So again, I'm here in support of ranked choice voting, and I strongly encourage you guys to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexander, and if I could also call forward Rafael Umeda, Athena Dang, Michelle Lynn, Christopher A., Jubilee Yoon, Ryan L., Sanchit C., Mia Villegas, Tia Chung Swanson, and Troy. Go ahead, Alexander. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexander Rudenschold. I'm an Irvine resident of 5 years. I'm a steward with the United Auto Workers and a political researcher at UC Irvine. I'm here today in support of putting ranked choice voting on the ballot. Democracy is an ideal which drives our country and one which we should strive for at every level of government. Here in Irvine, we lead the way in so many different areas, in parks, safety, schools, and more, like we've heard about today. Letting voters decide whether to adopt RCV so that voters can self-determine their own election system would continue that tradition here in Irvine. As the United States celebrates its 250th anniversary, we owe it to strive to advance the ideal of democracy in our city, just as my union fights for democracy in my workplace. Not to be content with outdated systems which prevent people from expressing their full range of opinions. Let's allow voters to determine how their elections happen, and if the voters consent, to be at the forefront of expanding democracy by engaging more Irvine residents in the process. City Council, I urge you to vote yes so that voters can be heard on RCV, and I believe strongly that Irvine can continue to lead the way in expanding democracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rafael.
Welcome. Hi, my name is Rafael Umeda. I'm a graduate student in the physics department at UC Irvine. I'm also a member of the UAW. And one thing I think that's really important about RCV is that it ensures, or at least incentivizes, campaigns to be run in a positive, issues-focused manner. It de-incentivizes negative ads that candidates may use against each other so as to not alienate other people that can possibly be in a coalition that they can build to get second place, third place votes that make sure that the most amount of people in Irvine can get the most of what they want to see. So yes, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Athena.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Athena, and I've lived in Irvine for over 20 years now. To be completely frank with you all, this is my first time ever speaking at the City Council. I was too afraid to ever stand up, but there's one cause that caused me to come out today and break that 20-year silence. I come here to share my support in ranked choice voting and urge you to vote yes on this. Ranked choice voting has worked for over 30 years across the United States. And even here at home in California, Redondo Beach is one of the latest cities to adopt ranked choice voting. And so the cost is minimal, and ranked choice voting cities see higher voter turnout, especially among younger voters. I urge the Council to move forward with the ranked choice voting to ensure that every vote matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michelle.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michelle Lynn. I grew up in Irvine and I went to the public schools here. And the reason I'm here tonight is I want you to support ranked choice voting. While I understand that the Council is concerned about costs, I think about what our city would gain if our tax dollars went to fund ranked choice voting. Instead of seeing candidates attack each other, ranked choice voting encourages candidates to differentiate themselves by focusing on the issues. And nothing makes a voter disengage faster than an attack ad. And not only does ranked choice voting increase turnout, as previous speakers have mentioned, it lets voters feel more empowered and that their votes have an impact on their community. Plus, it helps to deter vote splitting or spoiler candidates from, which is in the interest of any person running for office. Another point to think about is Irvine should be a leader in the county. And personally, I would not like to see Huntington Beach adopt ranked choice voting before we do. Therefore, I encourage you to add ranked choice voting to the November ballot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Christopher?
Good evening, Council. My name is Chris Drogsberg. I've lived in the city of Irvine since 2000. I want to address one particular issue that's come up a lot for criticism for ranked choice voting, and that's the claim that it's a solution in search of a problem. I went back and looked at the register of voter records, and we even had a mayor elected by an outright majority since 2010. That's 16 years ago. For the 5 cases we've had for people who have been elected via district, 4 of the 5 didn't get an outright majority. How can we have so many frequent cases where we don't get outright majorities and then claim that this is a solution in search of a problem? We're going to have cases all the time where we're going to have people that don't win outright on our city council, our mayor seats. I mean, it's pretty clear that this is something that's going to affect outcomes. And obviously, we see on the city council, we've got people that got elected with 32 or 31% of votes. The idea that, oh, yeah, that's going to be the same outcome. Yeah, there's probably a couple of those where outcomes would have been different. Given that, it's very clear that this is going to change out. This is not going to be something once in 10 or 20 years. It's an important thing, and we should, as council, should vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jubilee.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jubilee Yoon, and I'm a longtime resident of Irvine. It's an honor to be addressing the council this evening. I'm especially excited to speak today in the city where I grew up, in the city where I've learned the values of America, and where I've returned to be able to practice it here. It's my first time, so I'm a little bit nervous, but what I've learned about America is that we are unique in that we give opportunity for its citizens to have a voice and to participate democratically in creating a better world for us and our future children. I'm here to share my excitement for the opportunity for Irvine to lead the way in introducing ranked choice voting in Orange County. I'm especially excited about the way ranked choice voting encourages democracy. So many of my peers in Irvine are checked out of local politics because they believe that their vote would not matter. And to some degree, I find myself in that group as well. With ranked choice voting encouraging more issue-based campaigns, I strongly believe more individuals will come to believe that their vote will be consequential, and we can expand the image of Irvine beyond just a utopia with low crime rates and manicured streets, but also as a democratic utopia. I believe this vote will send a strong message to the rest of the county and the rest of the nation on what our city believes, and I hope you might vote to reflect the values we hope to encompass as a city. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Ryan.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Landfear. I'm almost 4-decade resident of the city of Irvine. I live in District 1. I've also had the privilege to work with the ROV for the last 3 elections. So speaking in terms of somebody who's interacted with hundreds of Orange County voters, I think we're more than sophisticated enough to figure out a new system. I think the great thing about democracy is we can always do it better. And so this is a proposal to give that opportunity a chance. I think many of the people spoke about the positives of ranked choice voting, so I don't really need to go into that other than just support this initiative and at least give us a chance to Irvine City residents to look at this going forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sachit.
Hi, I'm Sachit. I'm a PhD student at UC Irvine, and I just want to reiterate my support for ranked choice voting. I think that reducing the toxicity of politics and increasing the engagement is 100% worth any of the investment that we've mentioned before that is necessary for the ranked choice voting implementation. So I strongly support that we put that to the ballot for the voters to decide this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mia.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hello, my name is Mia Villegas. I'm currently and have been an Irvine resident since 2021, and I also work in Irvine, and I have continuously since then. I'm speaking in favor of adopting ranked choice voting in Irvine. RCV will further democratize our elections by ensuring that to win, candidates will actually need a majority of support from Irvine voters. And it's also a long-standing, tried and true system used not only globally, but all around our country, including several jurisdictions already in California. And as a union member and elected leader in my union statewide, I've seen ranked choice voting actually used in my own union to democratically decide things such as our bargaining priorities. And that's among thousands of members across the state. And that's how we ensure that every one of my union siblings' voices are heard and their vote is heard. And I believe that we can do the same thing in Irvine. So I urge our Irvine City Council to vote ranked choice voting forward so that Irvine voters can continue to use their voice on this fall's ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tia.
Welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Tia Chung Swanson. I'm a graduate student worker at UC Irvine, Irvine resident of 4 years. I just similarly want to speak in support of ranked choice voting. I think a lot of us have presented a lot of really useful things that ranked choice voting can do for us, and I'm particularly interested in making our elections more democratic and giving the voters a chance to actually decide on this in November. Thank you.
Thank you.
Troy, and if I could also call forward Dana B., Janielle Rollins, Mari Fuji, Siddharth Mehta, Jeremy Ficarola, Tomas Castro, and E-Planet Thunderstriker Riftwalker.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Troy Cole. I am a resident of District 4, a senior spacecraft systems engineer, and a union member. I am here to advocate for ranked choice voting because like people have said before, it improves our democracy. And to that point, we are living through, at least in my lifetime, unprecedented times where democracy at various levels around the country has come under attack. And to Councilmember's Carroll point earlier, local government is the main place where government affects the individuals' lives and has a direct impact. So I think it behooves one of the smartest cities in the county, Irvine, and to go forward and be a vanguard for democracy and be a guide for other municipalities within the state and the country. So I advocate you to vote yes for the motion to allow the residents of Irvine to decide whether or not we want RCV. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Dana.
Welcome. Hi, my name is Dana Baguli. I've been a resident of Irvine something on the order of 7 years and a proponent of ranked choice voting something on the order of 20 years. When this was first introduced, I don't know, 3 months ago or whatever, I remember Councilmember Carroll talking about how local government is special, and really, I wish I remembered the words because they were really quite special. And I'm very excited at the prospect of Irvine. Well, I'm excited to get out there and sell this to the voters, and I really would love to be given that opportunity by a yes vote by all of you now. Thank you.
Danielle.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Janielle Rollins. It's
very far past my bedtime, and I hate public speaking, so I'm going to keep this short. Vote for ranked choice voting. Everyone else has already said pretty much anything I'm going to say. I cede the rest of my time. All right.
Thank you.
Mari?
Welcome.
Hi, hello again. Yes, please place this on the ballot. Don't vote no to shut it down and not allow the voters to weigh in. You've already heard many reasons why RCV is a better way and it improves our democracy, but the momentum is growing in this country. Last year, as you heard, Redondo Beach became the latest California city to use RCV. Eureka has just approved using RCV starting in 2028. Fort Collins, Colorado also is starting to use RCV for the first time last year. Voters in Skokie, Illinois just approved RCV for their local elections, joining Chicagoland cities, Evanston and Oak Park, which already use RCV. Closer to home, Huntington Beach may be another city to use RCV for their council elections. It's grown from just 10 cities in 2016 to now 50 states, counties, and cities representing 17 million Americans in this country, which is about already 10% of all registered voters in our country. Published research has shown over and over again that RCV delivering on its promise on less toxic campaigning and that candidates in RCV elections reach out to more voters. Voters overwhelmingly say they like and understand RCV, with 97% of voters in last year's New York City primary saying RCV was simple and
Your time
easy
is
to
up.
use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Siddharth?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Siddharth Mehta. I am a newly Irvine resident of District 3, and I'm part of Sunrise Movement in support of ranked choice voting. I think this is a great opportunity for Irvine to be the forefront for OC to be proponents of ranked choice voting, especially because I caught wind that Huntington Beach is also doing ranked choice voting via court order. And since we were worried that there would be upfront costs for this for Irvine, well, Huntington Beach will be paying the upfront cost first, and then it'll be less expensive for us. So I think this would be a great opportunity to push forward for ranked choice voting in Irvine as we speak. And since I live in District 3, Vice Mayor Mai, if you vote yes on this, I will personally rank you #1 on my ballot. Hopefully that's a good selling point, but I don't know what you'll vote on, but hopefully yes. So please vote yes on ranked choice voting.
Thank you.
Jeremy Ficarola?
Welcome.
Yes, hello, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Ficarola, Irvine resident. Again, most of what I want to say has already been said, but I support ranked choice voting, obviously. And really, for the price of 5 Irvine PD Cybertrucks, we could change democracy in Irvine forever. This is, I think, to me, this is a no-brainer. It empowers the voters. It allows us to have control of our vote and the outcomes. So please support ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tomas Castro?
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I won't belabor the points that so many others have said. So I'll just say that at a time where our national democracy is falling apart, approving RCV will send a strong signal to Irvine residents that our city leaders care about protecting democracy right here. So I strongly urge you to approve this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Deep Planet Thunderstriker, Rick Walker.
Welcome.
That last person, he was the smartest one because as our national democracy is falling apart. Now, the first public comments, there was only 10 people, but you shortened it to 2 minutes. And the last time I was here, you did some funny business with the time. And what I'm wondering is if all these people know that are here tonight, somebody was here for 20 years the first time, do they know how low, how dangerously low our social trust is? That I am the cliche, the last fool person in their town, and if it goes the same rate that it's been going since the hippies, We only have about 10 years.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is AK. AK, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. Ranked choice voting is not election reform. It is election manipulation dressed up as reform. It makes voting more complicated, counting less transparent, and elections more expensive, all while making it harder for ordinary voters to understand how the winner was actually chosen. And let's be clear, many Irvine residents already do not trust this council. The last thing you should be doing is pushing a more complicated election system that will create even more suspicion and more public erosion in confidence in this council. Irvine is already facing a budget deficit. This is not the time to spend more taxpayer money creating a more complicated election system that nobody is asking for. By the way, I have to disagree. This is trying to solve a problem that does not exist in this city. So let's ask ourselves, who benefits from this? This is part of the Democratic Socialists of America's aligned activists and ideological groups that have promoted ranked choice voting as a tool to reshape elections and defeat moderate candidates. I have no idea why any council member would want to push for this radical idea. Reject ranked choice voting. Stop making government more complicated, more expensive, and less trusted. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy K. Stacy, you may unmute your mic.
Hello. Elections should be easy to understand. Mayor Agron, you mentioned at the beginning of this meeting tonight that this council remains transparent. However, ranked choice voting is anti-transparency. In traditional elections, whoever gets the most votes wins. The results are easy for nearly everyone to follow without needing a tutorial. Ranked choice voting assumes voters will rank multiple candidates. However, in practice, some voters will rank only one candidate. Skip rankings, accidentally duplicate rankings, or misunderstand how rankings work. Ranked choice voting requires explaining multiple elimination rounds, vote transfers, exhausted ballots, and changing vote totals. You can audit RSV if you want, but the process is more complex for the average voter to follow. It will reduce accountability and delay final results by days, if not weeks more. Our last election for District 5 took about a month to count votes with traditional voting. How much longer do you think this process will take? This is also part of the DSA platform. This is a political maneuvering tactic of the DSA to strengthen and increase their standing in our city, as well as drive more division in our community. In addition, how much will this cost to put this on our ballot? We are in a $6 million shortfall. Please do not spend the money to put this.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Adriana Maestas. Adriana, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, this is Adriana, and I serve as a community services and library commissioner, but I'm only speaking for myself. And I just want to say, let the voters decide. I think that ranked choice voting is going to give us more choices, and I think that is a good thing in a democracy. So yeah, I support this. I hope to see it on the ballot, and I am excited that Irvine could be innovative with our elections. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, I just want to clear something up. Huntington Beach is not going to go to RCV. Orange County Superior Court judge ruled that Huntington Beach, because they did not go to district elections, is ordering them to use RCV. They are fighting that, and they will keep fighting it. So to say that they're using it and lying like that is just ridiculous. And people that don't vote for RCV are not stupid, okay? And I hate that you people have to start doing that. And you know, you can't be fair when you want to argue your point. First of all, I haven't heard anything positive about it yet. You use all these word salad words, but I don't know what they mean. But also, only 7 out of 482 cities in California use RCV. What does that tell you? We have 7 cities in California that are smart and the rest are all dumb. I mean, come on, people. This is just crazy. Our elections are already being manipulated. We don't need RCV to further manipulate them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 071. 071, you may unmute your mic.
At the last meeting, it was clear that the City Council agreed that if the costs were over a hard cap of about $700,000, no ranked choice voting. That is still a lot of taxpayer money. But anyways, at least there was a cap. Well, that vanished. It is a moving percentage of the entire budget of the city. We see you council members. And then, goodness, at that last, you said if it was over 700,000, no ranked choice voting. What happened, Kathleen? What happened, Betty? What happened, Melinda? Tell us. Only can a supermajority of the city council stop it. This is set up to trick voters in November. It is a scam set up by the radical left. We see you. You have not fooled us. It is self-serving and unethical. You are all running for re-election and buying special interest support. I demand each of you each state that ranked choice voting is the right for senior citizens and people whose first language isn't English. State this is a good use of taxpayer dollars while you are screamed, we're in a budget crisis. Watch while John Park and former mayor use this in District 1 and Mr. Byron and Mr. Anthony in District 5. Ha-ha. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 258. 258, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Manesh. I'm speaking against ranked choice voting. And honestly, this whole thing is getting a little too obvious. This idea has been pushed very hard by a small group of local Democrats. Somehow, that small group seems to have an enormous amount of influence over 4 members of this council who are running for re-election. Could it have to do with the endorsements? So now, right before campaign season, we are to believe this is some urgent civic reform? Come on, we have real problems to face. This looks less like public improvement and more like political favors trading. And who pays for it? The taxpayers do. The city would have to spend money explaining a new system, changing how ballots work, changing how votes are counted, and then telling seniors and every other voter, don't worry, it's easy, when it clearly is not as easy as voting for one person and counting the votes. Irvine does not need a confusing new voting system just because a small political group wants it and certain council members want their support. Please stop this before taxpayers get stuck paying for it, and before you confuse voters even more to vote for it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 971. 971, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, this is Jess, 34-year resident. I'm speaking against ranked choice voting. My first concern is taxpayer cost. We're talking about changing a voting system that already works. People vote. The votes are counted. Top vote getter wins. That is simple, familiar, and understandable. So before the city spends money on new systems, new voter education, new outreach, new ballot instructions, and all the staff time that goes with it, residents deserve a basic answer. What problem are we actually solving? Because from where I sit, this feels like a costly solution looking for a problem. What is the real reason to put this on the ballot? Whose bidding are you doing? And the people most likely to be hurt by this are not political insiders. It's people like me, seniors, newer voters, busy parents, and people who just want to cast a clear ballot without needing a college textbook. This just isn't fair, you guys. With ranked choice voting, voters have to understand second choices, third choices, and a new set of rules. This is not a pothole. This is not public safety. This is not parks maintenance. This is an expensive election experiment. Please keep Irvine elections simple, clear, and accountable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tiffany. Tiffany, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, good evening, Council. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing this back for further discussion and making these meetings accessible. I'm just calling in support of ranked choice voting. I'd like to just say, as a reminder, life is not just full of binary choices. We have to make a lot of decisions and prioritize. As adults, I think we're a very smart city, capable of considering more than just 2 options at a time. And I think there's a lot of value in ranked choice voting that requires us to actually look at more than just one candidate with a letter of R or D at the end of it. I think that would be more collaborative for our communities. I know talking about this with my neighbors, they've seemed very supportive of being able to find candidates they actually really believed in. And then I keep hearing a lot of folks saying it's too difficult, it's too expensive, it's a plot. But there has always been this resistance to enfranchising people in this country. And I think it's very patriotic to continue to make voting more equitable and accessible for our community and our residents. I mean, at one point they said even letting ladies vote would be too complicated and expensive, and we might own land, and oh my goodness, look, So I would hope that we don't use fear mongering as a reason to stop moving forward and making progress. So thank you so much again. Have a good evening.
Our next speaker is Ryan Dack. Ryan, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ryan Dack. I serve as the Vice President of the South Orange County Community College District and am an Irvine resident. I am here tonight, of course, speaking only for myself. Before I get into RCV stuff, I really hope you guys consider a policy on AI call-ins. It's kind of getting ridiculous. I just want to say the city will have to stop calling itself the City of Innovation if Huntington Beach gets ranked choice voting first, and we can't even let the voters decide if we wanted to. So I highly implore all council members to vote yes on this item. Each of you knows we are better than Huntington Beach. Do not let them lap Irvine. Vote yes on this item and hold up the idea that Irvine is, in fact, the City of Innovation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 585. 585, you may unmute your mic. Can you hear us? Mayor, we'll try one more time. It looks like they did. Hold on 1 second. Okay, 585, do you want to try again? There's no response, Mayor, and that's the last speaker.
All right, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers, all the commenters. We appreciate your participation. With that, I see several of my council colleagues wish to be heard. Let me call on, let's take one round here. I'll call on Councilmember Martinez-Franco first, followed by Vice Mayor Mai.
Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for coming and giving us their comments. I was made aware that I forgot to include a couple of things in the motion, so can I redo this motion? Is there a process that I need to do to redo the motion, Mr. Melchin?
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco, for bringing that up. I understood your motion to be the 4 recommended actions that are listed under items 5.7, with recommended action 1 being a resolution, and the attachment to recommended action 1 was an ordinance, and that's the redlined ordinance that you're referring to. So I think your motion was to adopt all 4 recommended actions, but use the redlined ordinance as the attachment to recommended action 1.
Yes, but we also need to approve the budget, right?
Yeah, that's the 4th recommended action.
And it's included in this? No.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to restate your motion for you. Your motion is the 4 recommended actions that are on the agenda, which are the 3 resolutions plus the budget adjustment, except for the attachment to recommended action 1 is the red line that was in the packet.
Okay, so I don't need to modify it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And you need Councilmember Liu to agree that that's the motion.
All right, Councilmember, Vice Mayor James Mai.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone for coming out here. It's great to see civic engagement like this. I wish I had crowds like this in support of my stuff that I like. But thanks for coming out here, and thanks for voicing your opinions. I'm not going to try to convince anyone about the merits of this or my opinions on it, against it, for it. I mean, I'm not going to convince anyone here in a purple shirt. I'm not going to convince the people that put this forward here. We've already talked about that last meetings. We've talked about it. You've talked about it. We've talked about it already. And for me, it's more of a practical matter, and it's about cost too. I mean, the way I look at it here, again, I'm not talking about the merit of this. I'm talking about, for example, when I go buy a car or something, I go to a car dealership. I don't go there and say, I love this car. I'm going to put a down payment. I'm going to make a commitment and sign to buy this thing, but I don't know the exact cost on it yet. But I'll be back. I got a commitment on it, and if it doesn't reach a certain amount, then I'll buy it. That's not practical. I want to know exactly how much it'll cost. I want the ROV to tell me how much it's going to cost, how much it's going to cost the city, how much the city is going to have to invest to make the changes here and throughout the county. And then there's a price tag. I don't think that's a big problem to ask people for some time to get the price tag and then get it to the voters if you want to, but get them the factual information, not just a guesstimate. I don't believe that things should work that way. I think that we need to identify the cost, and then we make a movement on that, regardless of if we like it or not. We make a decision based on cost, and we should do that. So, I'll be against this, but that's my main concern here is cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai, Councilmember Treseder, and then Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Really appreciate everybody coming out and staying so late. There's a lot of commitment here, a lot of energy, and I'm so glad for it. I've talked in past meetings about why I support ranked choice voting so much, but just to reiterate, in this city, I can tell you, in the elections in this city, people do use spoiler candidates to try to come in and shave votes off somebody they think might win. So just to give you an example, let's say you're running for office and you think you have an opponent and you think they might beat you by maybe 3 percentage points. You have a couple of choices. You can campaign, tell people about the merits of your case, be positive. That's one choice. Try to say, I should be elected over this person. You have another choice, and that is you can run spoiler candidates. So you recruit somebody who you think they're going to peel votes off your opponent, and you get them in the race, and they don't need to do really well. They just need to get enough votes to remove that advantage. And I can tell you, it happens here in this city, and it affects our election outcomes. And I am confident that if we have ranked choice voting, that it's going to improve the voice of the voters and have better outcomes. I think it will remove this tactic, which is being used by special interests and others, like as a rule. I do hear the folks who are saying that they're concerned that ranked choice voting might allow fringe candidates to come in who are maybe more extreme than would be normally elected under a conventional system. I have looked at the studies and the data for that, and I just don't find support for that assertion. In general, when you have ranked choice voting coming in, the candidates who are elected become more moderate and or better reflective of the overall composition of the voters. So I just can't find evidence for that. And I think that the benefits of ranked choice voting are so strong, I think in this particular city especially, that I'm willing to support that. And again, I just don't find strong evidence for the assertion that we would get more fringe candidates elected. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Well, I want to start by saying that, yes, we are concerned about costs as well. And yes, we did put a cap on that. And yes, it went from a set number to a percentage, which works out to be the same number. So that, to me, is essentially still the cap. And the fact that there is a safety valve put in, that if it's too costly, we can vote to stop the implementation. And so that still puts the decision on this council's hand to say, you know what, it is too expensive, we just can't afford it, we're gonna have to be fiscally responsible. So I want everyone to know that that is already built in. And that's a real concern. Having said that, I mean, is this the best way to, you know, we don't know. I mean, I don't want perfection to be the reason we stop any progress or any change. So I feel like this is something that will fundamentally change the way Irvine residents choose their representative, and it belongs, the decision to adopt it belongs to the voters. And so I support having this on the ballot to have Irvine residents have that voice if they think this is the best way that they think will represent their voice on the council. So be it. My personal opinion honestly doesn't matter at that point, because it is up to the voters, up to the residents in Irvine to pick the way that they want to choose their representation. So I do think this should go to the voters and have them have that voice, and then they can evaluate it, take the time to actually study it, to learn what it's about. And if at the end of the day they choose to adopt it, then they will vote for it. If at the end of the day they feel like this is still questionable, then they won't. But it is their choice and not ours on the dais. So that's why I'm supporting having this on the ballot. And that's all I have to say for today.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just also want to say thank you for everyone coming out. I really appreciate what everyone had to say, really, on both sides. And Purple Shirters, you know, I think you're my favorite group that I can't support. It's absolutely 100% official. I really appreciate it. I've had dialogue with a number of you, and some of you are my friends. And I, you know, like Vice Mayor Mai, I disagree on the merits of the thing in good faith. And I think that we all kind of agree in the room that my personal one since AP Government in high school was learning that or really questioning with my class why Election Day is not a national holiday, which is a national disgrace. I would truly put everything, and you're all willing to, you know, you're welcome to hold me to it, so long as I shall be a public official in some capacity anywhere. I would call that the triumph of a career to change that, because it's a joke in our you know, amazing nation, especially, and I'm going to call it that, on our 250th year. It's an absolute joke. I would also agree too with Councilmember Liu with regard to, you know, if it is going to be put before the voters, that we have some kind of baseline understanding. It gets into the situation where some of the details, at least the way I understand it, you know, are kind of going to be hard for a low information everybody in this room understands these words that I'm saying, and that's the good thing. But the bad thing is everybody outside of this room doesn't understand when I say low information, you know, off your midterm voter. We all know that. You know, we're all into this, right? That's why we're here. It's 11:10 and we're all here. But the other 140 or so thousand registered voters don't know what a low information midterm voter is, but they're going to be one, you guys. And is it really fair when we have this thing that says it's going to be a percentage of the balance sheet of the city of Irvine because Mike Carroll said, hey, there's a staff report, and then asks his colleagues, can we just say that that's what it'll be? It'll be $700 and whatever it was, $11,000. And the colleagues say, okay, yeah, that's good. And then Mike Carroll says, and if it's over that, we're not going to do it, okay? Because this is cost, and this is this, you know. And I respect that some of you guys may have this view that there's no price for the democracy of changing it to that. We can concede that. I'm just saying, for me, it's a cost issue on this point. And the answer comes back, okay, sure. If it's not greater than that, if it comes out back greater than that, then we won't do it. But then the problem was the goalposts got moved. The red line, you know, the changes, you know, become something different than that. It becomes this percentage of the budget. And then what's worse is this safety valve thing. And I just want to turn to our city attorney. I apologize, I'm putting you on the spot real quick, but it's not just a simple majority. It's got this sort of thing that, again, you guys, everyone in this room could disagree, but I know in my heart of hearts, voters aren't going to understand worth a darn the safety valve. But when it turns out to be more than 2% of the budget or whatever that footed number, that is, the calc, what is the ability to stop the implementation based on, let's say ROV Bob Page coming back and telling Carl Peterson that it's 2.7 million, just for a fun example.
In that instance, assuming that $2.7 million is more than 23/100% of the city's general fund budget, it will require a 2/3 vote of the city council to not transition.
Why is it not a simple majority?
Because the text,
you can just answer factually.
Yeah, because the text says so.
Because of the text, exactly. So it's a supermajority vote that makes it kind of difficult. I understand the advocates want to lock it in. You guys have really good lawyers. I'm a good lawyer. We're all good at this. I write red lines for a living. I can read them pretty well. So it's all kind of set up that way. So the sad part is, I mean, unless everybody here is going to agree that we're going to put that in like bold in a way that Mr. Melchin can write it so that a voter can actually see it, I still have a concern with that because, we're talking about low information midterm voters. Granted, we're a very intelligent city. We're going to have 80% turnout. I get it. But this is the last race anyone's going to be thinking about because they're going to be more concerned with governor and they're going to be more concerned, ostensibly with Congress and state assembly and stuff like that, and judges and maybe, I think we're probably last or close to last on the ballot. I don't know. So I am concerned about that override thing. I think it's probably fair that we say that if there's a cost, which was kind of the understanding I think we all left with at the last time we really talked about this, there's a cost, and then if it's higher than that cost, then we just kind of go back to the drawing board. That's just my 2 cents. But thanks for listening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Liu, before I call on you, I'm going to ask a few questions. Let me just say, generally speaking, I'm intrigued by and supportive of ranked choice voting being adopted in various settings. Within the Democratic Party, it's favored within the local clubs and so forth. I've been in 1 or 2 other settings where it's been used, and after doing it about 4 or 5 or 6 times, I got comfortable with it. I see its advantages under certain circumstances. It would have been great if we had ranked choice voting in the gubernatorial race, the last one. I would have loved to have kind of ranked. I would have loved to have been able to rank among the 62, the top 5 or whatever. But that was kind of a special case. This is a big deal. If this were adopted by the voters, there'd be a lot of blowback. I just know there would be. And that would lessen probably over time as people got more comfortable with it. San Francisco, if memory serves me correctly, moved from a standard runoff election. They used to have their elections for supervisor and mayor in November, and then the top 2 would be a runoff in December. And they moved, I guess, a decade or more ago to ranked choice voting, and that's great. Seems to work for them. That's great. We just got finished with transitioning to district elections. We did that very carefully over a period of a couple of years. That won't be a completed transition until this election is conducted. We brought in experts to help us, drawing of lines and so forth. And I'm glad we did that. We would have otherwise been sued, like Santa Monica got sued, cost them $10 or $20 million by the time they finally had to cave. And by the way, it's costing Huntington Beach now because they're opposed to the California Voting Rights Act, which basically mandates district elections for larger cities. In any case, I like the idea of ranked choice voting. It's not the only way of electing folks. I've been thinking about this issue a lot. We actually have runoff elections in our supervisorial race. We're in the midst of an election in Irvine for supervisor, Katrina Foley versus Diane Dixon. And the primary will now lead to the runoff. And for the most part, that seems to work for them. That'll get them to a majority. If you're in a top 2 election, you get to a majority. And yet, I wonder, would it have been different if it were county-wide? They both had about 47%, and there was a 6% candidate in there with whom I'm totally unfamiliar. Would a ranked choice voting, would it have changed the result? Would there have been somebody who got to 50% plus 1? I don't know. I've looked, by the way, at previous Irvine elections, and yes, because so many candidates tend to run in Irvine races, there are many instances where when the votes are counted, the winner gets 35%, 38%, 42%. I've been over 50% a couple of times, several times, other times under. I look at those, and it's just speculation on my part. Would it have been different if it had been ranked choice voting? I doubt it. In most cases, I doubt it. And again, this is all speculation. This is all part of the experiment. The trouble I have with this, to make a choice this consequential, 2 years in advance of when it would be put into effect, and without having fundamental information that we could gain over the next 6 months to a year, and then have a vote as late as March, which would be the presidential primary election also here in the state of California. Why not get that information and have the election then? We would actually know much more about the cost. We'd know more about the technical issues. And we would know more about how all this could successfully be implemented. And the voters in the city of Irvine would know a lot more as well. I've also thought of the idea, since we have plenty of time here, I've thought of the idea of really hearing from the voters. by putting an advisory measure on this November. Explain what ranked choice voting is and ask people what they think of it. Wouldn't be binding. And I don't know what the outcome would be. I certainly would be much more comfortable moving forward with ranked choice voting, knowing that there's a majority constituency out there for it. So this is the status of my thinking. I definitely don't want this put in front of the voters now. This provision on cost, by the way, cost is not the biggest thing to me. If I knew we had a totally bulletproof way of implementing this, but it costs more than the existing system, and the voters approved it, I'd be for it. But this is disingenuous. I gotta say, Councilmember Carroll, you were very gentle on the matter of the cost. I sat here at our previous meeting, and Councilmember Carroll asked Councilmember Treseder, with that $710,000, would that be a hard cap? And the answer was yes. So then it comes back, and it's now going to be a moving percentage, which wouldn't change the number that much. It'll go from 710 to, under the percentage basis as our population grows and so forth. So maybe it'd be 750,000. The problem is implementing this may cost $2 million or more. I've spoken to people in the registrar of voters' office, people who are experienced in their systems and changing systems. By the way, we have been so fortunate in this county. We have had just an outstanding registrar of voters. All the years that I've been here, all the elections, I can't think of one screw-up of any consequence at all. I mean, that's amazing when you really think about it. So the system as it exists now is working. Moving to a new system, can we do that technically? And at what cost? And this is all speculation, but I'm almost certain you can't do it for $700,000. We can't even hold a simple special election in Irvine for $700,000. But to change all the technology and the ballot and everything associated with it, especially when we're first in, nobody else is in, I've been told would cost millions. We don't know, but let's find out. Let's find out. The way this provision is written, this is just disingenuous. It's so unfair. Those who are concerned about cost, that's a legitimate concern. That hard cap became not only a soft cap, it became no cap at all. If the costs came back and it's $2 million, we're stuck with it. We got to go ahead. Unless 2/3 of the then sitting city council defers it. Really? Get a supermajority as a way of locking in these costs? And by the way, once you lock it in, you're on your way for good, every election. And this is complicated legislation. I used to be legal counsel for a California Senate Health and Welfare Committee. I analyzed legislation. I occasionally drew up legislation. As lawyers, I think we understand and other people understand as well, just how careful you have to be with words. Because when you put something on the ballot and it's passed, you are stuck with those words. You are stuck with them. You can't amend that unless you provide within here a mechanism to amend it. Am I right about that, Mr. Melching?
You are in the context of this.
Of this?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So this is really important business. And I think we would be so foolish not to take our time here, recognizing that for the 28 election, we could put this on in whatever revised form to clean it up and make sure it's bulletproof. We could have voter approval in March of 2028, and it would be operational in November of 2028. Meanwhile, I'd like to know what the voters think about ranked choice voting. And I would think those who are strong proponents would want to seize the opportunity this election season to use an advisory ballot measure to explain it and lay out its positives and ask people if they would like the council to put on a binding measure later on. That's where I am in this. Several people said the rush. What's the rush? And forgive me, my colleagues, but I'm just going to accumulate my time here and just finish my remarks, if you don't mind. What is the rush? I think it's a political calculation. Let's jam it through when we can. And I just think that's not fair to the voters. It's not fair to ourselves. Do the hard work of educating people, winning an advisory vote. Incidentally, if it lost in the advisory vote, it doesn't mean you can't put it up for a vote after that. The election might wind up being 51-49, who knows? Let me say something else, and I appreciated all the comments. One gentleman, however, said, with ranked choice voting, the voters don't need to know how the votes are counted. I understood what he was saying. But think about that for a second. Don't we want the voters to know how the votes are counted? Oh, it's done pursuant to some algorithm. Really? How do we know whether it was accurate, whether it was correct? If there's a system of, in this environment, with this rotten national administration that we have, they are working every day to undermine confidence in elections and election results. And if people don't know how the votes are counted, it just feeds into that nonsense. So I would implore the proponents to consider not rushing this through, not putting it on the ballot, but taking a little time here, working on this, maybe focusing on doing an advisory measure or not, but think about getting it on the ballot no later than March of 2028. I just think that's a better formula for moving forward. I also asked some questions, some technical questions. I mean, think about this for a second. How would this work? You know, an election night, those of us who are political junkies. And on election night, we can't wait to get that first cut of votes, and then the second cut, and the third cut. With ranked choice voting, as I understand it, you can get the first round of voting election night. But after that, because you're going to be knocking people off the ballot, after that, you have to wait until every single vote has come in. Provisional ballots have been certified as permissible and to be counted. Those who failed to sign their mail-in and need a ballot to be cured, all that takes 2 or 3 weeks. Actually, I think by the time they do the curing of ballots, it's 3 weeks. And you won't get any results beyond that first cut on election night. Well, then you come up and explain it to me. You come up and explain it to me, how it gets counted. How you can proceed counting while you still don't have all the ballots in. How do you get an accurate count then as to who came in last? Yeah, sure, come on forward.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. The system would work no different than what we have currently. At every round, essentially, you run the ballots and you see who is coming ahead. Those results can be updated as each round is completed. It's no different than what we have right now.
How can you do that if there's a ballot that has come in, if there's been a mail-in ballot,
right,
or there's been some question at the polls and it's a provisional ballot that has to be checked for signatures or this or that? How can you conduct round 2?
You would conduct, how would you conduct round 2 with provisional votes now? It is no different than the system we currently have. The only difference is that you have different rankings that come in, and those rankings essentially dictate what that round looks like.
But the rankings might change based on when you open an envelope. Subsequently, the rankings would be changing.
Essentially, the tallying takes place again with what you have accumulated so far. It's not a matter of elimination of the previous ballots. So you continue to accumulate the ballots, and you continue to go through the rounds of ranking as each round comes in. So even if there are certain candidates that previous rounds, they may have slipped further down or up as a result of new ballots that are coming in and recounting of the original ballots, they can continue to move up and down on their ranking.
But I thought you'd take the person who's last on the ballot and take their votes and reallocate them.
The vote gets transferred to their second or third choices depending on the round, correct. But so we're talking about 2 different things. So there's essentially at each preliminary votes vote counts that are coming in. So that process that you're referring to takes place at that point, certainly. But then as subsequent ballots come in, as late ballots come in, they will continue to get counted, and the previous ones would go through the same process yet again to ensure that any elimination that's taking place in the transfer of votes is properly counted for the subsequent candidates.
If I'm a candidate and I'm running pretty poorly,
sure,
but we've got a great vote harvest effort afoot to collect all these things at the end. And those last ones that come in that are not opened yet,
right,
if they're not counted, and as a result, I'm knocked off the ballot, for subsequent rounds.
No, that's what I'm trying to explain. That's not correct. You're not. Oh.
I think he's not understanding.
Yeah, so one thing that should be clear is that each round of counting that takes place essentially isn't final. I think that's maybe the misunderstanding here. So because we're going through a round, similar to, for example, what happens with our current system, where the certification isn't final until all the votes have come in and they've been counted.
So then you're going to redo it.
Exactly. You simply redo the process to ensure that you have the proper counting and transfer of votes for all voters and their voices are properly heard.
And this is all done by computer?
This is all done by computer the same way that it is now. However, if there's a need for a recount, that's also doable. There's been recounts that have been done in Australia for over 100 years when there were no computers and it was simply a matter of going through paper ballots. So there isn't an issue with recount, with any audits of the votes. None of that is a problem. And in fact, since we have history of this information of how it's been done, the quirks have been worked out over those 100 years of implementation in Australia or in Ireland. And they've also been worked out in California since they've been implemented for over 30 years in California as well.
All right. Well, I'll, for the moment, take your word for it. I would love to see it explained to me in greater detail so I understand it better. My argument, though, still is, what's the rush? Do this right. Do an advisory vote. Use that as an opportunity to educate the entire city as to this possibility. I'd ask you to consider that. Originally, there was going to be no vote at all, which I think would have been not well received by the voters of the city of Irvine. I'm glad, though, that there was agreement that, no, we should move to a ballot measure. And we have plenty of time to do that for 28. So I would...
Or this November.
What's that?
Or this November.
Well, we can't... You don't actually think this would be implemented this November?
No, not implemented. But if there's any concern with regard to certification or what the ROV will go through, the system that's actually in place, the HART InterCivic is the same system that's actually being used in Redondo Beach. It's already been certified once by the state. The changes that are being implemented by HART will most likely get recertified because their system has already been certified for RCV by the state for at least one city. It's actually used in other cities as well. I believe it's Albany that's also uses HART system. So there should be no issue really with the changes that are being implemented by HART, nor by the implementation getting certified by the SOS in order for it to be implemented for use in the elections by November of 2028 in the city of Irvine, as well as in Huntington Beach.
Thank you for your comments.
My pleasure. We're here to serve. However we can answer questions, we're happy to do it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'll turn to my colleagues now. Councilmember Liu, followed by Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Mai.
I guess this is a question for Carl. How much is our current cost for running an election?
Our last election was around $340,000, and I'm talking about the general, not the special D5 one that we had. That was different. It's estimated that our next one is going to cost maybe upwards of about $400,000 or so.
$400,000.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a bit more than that.
I would imagine it would be based on the data I collected. But again, the registrar's office could not even give me a preliminary estimate because they don't know.
I see. Well, in any case, I feel like this is an important choice, and so it really deserves public debate. And the fact that we're debating with activists and just the 7 of us on the dais, I don't think it's fair to the rest of the city. So I would think it would be better for us to have it out there and have people debate about that. I mean, our regular residents don't come to the meetings, let's be honest. So I feel like that if we put that on the ballot, it will encourage more debate out in the open with general public. And maybe that will be a better way for them to learn a little more about this.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Treseder, then Councilmember Mai.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I just want to say that I want to apologize to the people here for how you've been treated just now. I don't like it when council members berate the public who've come in here to speak. It's not okay. I just want to follow up on a couple of the mayor's comments to get a better understanding of what he was trying to say. So he mentioned that this is disingenuous and that it's a political calculation, and I just want to hear more about that. How is this a political calculation, and who is making that, and who is being disingenuous? Through the chair.
Councilmember Mai.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. My apologies. I still have more time.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so it looks like we're not going to hear about that. There's some sort of accusation out there that somebody's doing something that we shouldn't be doing. When in reality, this is a grassroots effort. These are people who are residents of the city, well educated about this issue, have worked together to ask for it. This is the best of government. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to listen to the voters and bring the conversation into the council. We're taking it even a step further by asking to put it on the ballot. So we're asking the voters what they want. They'll have plenty of time to discuss it and learn about it before they vote. And I guess I just don't understand where these accusations are coming from. I am guessing that I will find out in the next issue of the mayor's newspaper. We'll find out what he's saying is the political calculation. My guess it's me. Somehow it's always me. But in reality, it is the folks here. And so we're listening to them. They are taking the lead. The changes that we have asked for to this text has come from them. They put the thought into it. They put the time into it. And I think that they deserve to be treated with more respect here than they have. Thank you.
Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. And, I'm going to look at this from a lens of a non-politician. This is my first time in office here. I didn't really trust government that much before coming into office. One of the terms that I've heard before in the past, or one of the sayings was, "I'm with the government and I'm here to help." I always remembered that. I don't have a lot of trust in a lot of things. I don't have a lot. I really appreciated the words that you talked about when you were educating us on the process. You know the system, you know what you're talking about, I appreciate that. But I'm going to have a hard time telling my 90-year-old neighbor, explaining it and having you explain to that every single 90-year-old person or every single person that has a question. They're going to have to go through that education process also. I think that's going to be a challenge. I'm just making a comment. It's not an attack. I'm just making a comment. It's going to be difficult for a lot of people, new voters, elderly people, people are just in general that are distrusting of the system already. This is going to add another layer onto that. And I think, again, the cost is the main thing. Adding on to that is that we can't undo it. If it's 1.5 million, if it's 2 million, if it's 3 million, we don't know. We're just guesstimating how much it's going to cost. The ROV, everyone has tried. I've tried to contact them and ask them how much is going to cost. They have not given us a cost. I've asked staff. I've asked Carl, how much is it going to cost? They haven't. We don't have an answer for that. We can't guesstimate because it's not fair to guess. We don't know how much this is going to cost, and we aren't going to be able to undo it without a supermajority. That is scary. I wouldn't want to put anything forward that I wanted and said that, hey, let's jam this through, and no matter what the cost is, no matter what it's going to be. I think that's a big problem. I don't see why there's such a big rush into this right now. If it has merit and if people want it, they will have it. We don't need to really rush into this and get it done right away. I don't see why it's such a rush, but we'll see how the vote goes here. Hope we can get there before midnight.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes, well, let's talk about politics because it was brought up not just once, a few times, right? It's not secret that 4 of us are running for election. We're not running for election in 2028. This doesn't benefit us. This might benefit the ones that are going to run in 2028. So we don't benefit from this. We are, most of us have the endorsements that we need. We don't do it for endorsements either. So we are doing it because we think this could be a good choice to give the public. So giving it back to the public, it will be the best way. Now, one thing that surprised my political consultants is that Irvine is one of the cities that vote the most. It's like 70% of the people who go out and vote. It's a very smart city. The people over here, they read from A to Z all the ballot measures. So I'm pretty sure they are intelligent enough to actually understand how ranked choice voting works. The other thing is that if we exceed the price, we can stop it. That's why we are putting all the guardrails so we can stop it. We are not going to be just like jumping out of like, yeah, let's do it. No, we can stop it. So if that is going to cost. Now, outreach, I understand, if I'm correctly, I think ranked choice voting was going to help with the outreach as well as the California legal voters, the women legal voters, right? So that is going to minimize the cost for the city. So there are so many guardrails that are already been put in there. Let's just give it back to the people. And I'm ready to go home, guys, so I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Go.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to look at section 1-2-611, section D number 3. It says, if RCV cost is greater than the RCV cost limit, then the City Council may, upon 2/3 vote, defer the first use of ranked choice voting to the next statewide general election. This could occur more than once if necessary. I'm concerned about the financial prudence. I can only support this if we delete that item. If we're not able to delete that item as a friendly amendment, I can't support this.
I'm sorry, what did you say about a friendly amendment?
I would like to address the issue of section 1-2-611D3.
Are you proposing an amendment?
Correct, yeah. I cannot support this unless we strike out that item, and I'll check with their city attorney. If we did strike that out, basically the goal is to just leave it up to the cost. If the cost meets the threshold, we implement it. If it doesn't, we don't implement it. There should be a self-ejecting button that says, we don't care what it costs, we're gonna do it anyways. I'm not comfortable with that. We're already in a budget crisis. I'm not looking forward to whoever's in office in 2028, give them that power to be able to say, I'll go spend $3 million or whatever amount that is anyways, because that's what we want to do. I prefer just be a math problem. If it meets the barrier, whatever 0.23% is of our city budget, then we do it. If it doesn't, we don't do it. That's what I'm comfortable with.
I accept.
Councilmember Go, if I could answer your question. I understand the idea of striking that paragraph, but we need to put something in its place to say what does happen if the RCV cost is greater than the RCV cost limit, which, if I understand your comments, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, if I understand your comments correctly, you want it to say, if the RCV cost exceeds the RCV cost limit, we will not transition to ranked choice voting during that election cycle.
Correct.
Okay, then it would need to say that.
Then I would like to make those modifications to say, instead of 3, any cost analysis that doesn't meet the threshold, we would not implement it.
You offer that as an amendment, a friendly amendment. And did I hear Councilmember Martinez Franco accept it? And who seconded the motion?
I did, but I am a little confused. Striking it wouldn't take off the safety valve.
No,
so
we're not striking it. Attorney said, instead of having the number 3 kind of self-eject button, we're just going to make it so that it's neutral, where if it doesn't meet the cost threshold, we don't implement it. But if it does, we implement it. It's just a binary decision. It's a 1 or a 0.
Right, then it needs to say that you can just...
Correct. I believe that's what's going to...
It's restoring the hard cap.
It is, but I want to be explicit because this goes on a ballot if the motion passes. Subsection D3 would read, as amended, as proposed by Councilmember Go. If the RCV cost is greater than the RCV cost limit, then the city shall not transition to ranked choice voting at the next statewide general election, period. This could occur more than once if necessary, period.
That's the way it would read if your amendment is accepted.
Yeah.
I want to maybe...
Councilmember, did you wish to be recognized?
Yes, please.
All right.
I wanted to clarify maybe the amendment might be reading better if I say I move to amend section 1-2-611 D3 of Initiative Ordinance number 26 to read, if the estimated additional cost is greater than the RCV cost limit, then the City Council is empowered to proceed with the first use of RCV by a 2/3 of a vote. So I further move to adopt the remainder of the red line language from the June 24, 2026 memo for submission on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot and establish the procedures for filing written and rebuttal arguments.
Well, if I was hearing you correctly, you reject the friendly amendment.
No, I think that's what Councilmember Go meant to say. It's almost what Mr. Mulchin said, but it's...
No, it's not. No, it's not. So we were trying to figure out if your acceptance is an acceptance and whether I...
Point of...
I'm sorry.
We have order here at the dais. This is why we don't try to draft legislation at the dais on the fly. This is important and very consequential work. I'm prepared to have you take a brief recess. You guys can kind of work out what language is and is not acceptable and come back on the dais and we can proceed and wrap this up. But I'm telling you, it's crazy to try to wordsmith something among 7 council members after we've been meeting here for 8 hours today. Can we take a recess so you can meet with the proponent of the amendment?
Can I ask a quick question before? Just a real quick one.
Yes, Councilmember Mai.
Thank you. So I just want clarification from Councilmember Go. The hard cap, do we have a number on the hard cap? What is the number? Do we even know?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
It was 710. Now with a new percentage, it'll be slightly higher.
Slightly higher.
I think it's slightly higher, isn't it? It's just it's based on a percentage. And the percentage is, go ahead.
No, Mayor, you have it right. The 0.23% of the city's general fund budget comes out based on the last year's budget comes out to $711,000. Over time, by the time we actually are doing this calculation, it'll be 2028. In 2028, and the general fund budget will be bigger then, and therefore 0.23% of the general fund budget will be bigger then. I think earlier tonight you said maybe $750,000, and that's as good a guess as any.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
It'll be a simple calculation at the appropriate time. I'm gonna declare a 5-minute recess. I would suggest that council members go and Martinez Franco meet with our city attorney and see if there's language that they both agree is appropriate for consideration. It's 11:57, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay. The time is 12:15 a.m. And the two council members and the city attorney were conferring. Mr. Melching, are you the appointed person to report on your deliberations and what you've come up with?
Yeah, Mayor, I think I drew the proverbial short straw.
Okay, go ahead.
The proposed amendment, friendly amendment to the motion made by Councilmember Go, and I think accepted by Councilmember Martinez Franco, but which will need further acceptance by Councilmember Liu if she finds it acceptable, would be as follows. In the red line text to section 1-2-611, subparagraph D3 would be rewritten to read in full as follows. If the RCV cost is greater than the RCV cost limit, then the City Council shall not transition to ranked choice voting at the next council member and/or mayoral election. The comparison of RCV cost to RCV cost limit shall occur prior to each subsequent city council member and/or mayoral election until the city transitions to ranked choice voting. That's the revision, that's the full text of the revised paragraph D3. In addition, paragraph D5 would be deleted in its entirety. Currently, D5 says, notwithstanding item 3, the City Council is directed to implement ranked choice voting in Irvine as soon as is viable in 2028 if it is not prohibitively expensive.
And that's eliminated.
That would be deleted.
All right.
That is the proposed amendment in full.
All right. And that's offered as a friendly amendment.
Correct.
And it is accepted by the maker of the motion. and therefore is a part of the text upon which we'll be voting.
You do need the assent of the second to the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Liu, do you agree?
Yes.
All right. That I think sets us up then for a vote on, well, if it's a friendly amendment, it's incorporated. What is the main motion now?
The main motion is to adopt all 4 of the recommended actions, that is the 3 resolutions, subject to substituting out this red line that we've been talking about all evening as the Exhibit A to the first of those 3 resolutions. One more housekeeping matter, Mayor. We do need to have the council pick assigned authors for the arguments for and against, if there are arguments against the measure. And that's in, Carl can help me out, I think that's in the second of the 3 resolutions in the packet. There's a blank there for council members to self-appoint.
And the first priority, first option to write that is among council members themselves.
That's correct.
So, and I can't remember, I think it's 3 people can make an argument?
Yes,
Or
I
is
think
it
actually
5?
the code allows for 5. We recommend 3 because we run into a bunch of Brown Act issues if we have a majority.
I understand. Well, that's fine. If we adopt the main motion, then do we simply ask people to volunteer now, or can they do that afterwards, or does it have to be worked out tonight, or can it be worked out tomorrow?
It really does need to be worked out tonight, because those names appear in the resolution that you're going to act upon.
All right. And then when it comes to arguments against, do those have to be tonight, or can that be in the days ahead?
If they are to be council members writing arguments for or against, they should be identified tonight so that they are in the resolution that is signed.
Okay. And then if there are no arguments against, as I understand it, we go to the second tier, which is an existing recognized group or something of that sort.
That's correct.
And that would be pursued by the city clerk, presumably, right?
Yeah, Carl administers all of that.
All right. I think we understand. So with that, well, let's see. There's Councilmember Carroll, then Councilmember Treseder, and I think we're close to a roll call vote. Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So yeah, just Mr. Melching, I just want to just kind of go through this again. I think I got it. So the red line, page 7, D 3 is strike, right?
No, D5 is stricken. D3 is substantially rewritten.
So D5, so the notwithstanding gets deleted because why?
Because D5 is a direction to the council to implement ranked choice voting unless it's prohibitively expensive, and that applies more toward the exercise of discretion by the council, and the revisions to D3 take the exercise of discretion away. It basically becomes a math, just an equation. If the incremental cost of transitioning to ranked choice voting is more than 0.23% of the city's general fund budget, then the city will not transition to ranked choice voting during that election.
Okay, right. And then 3 is changed such that, what's the intent of what is the effect of the 3 change again?
So what 3 does is it compares the additional incremental cost of transitioning to ranked choice voting against that number, which is just call it 711,000 so I can stop talking about a percentage, right?
Wish I could, but it's not.
Okay,
It's little 3, and it's little 3 as calculated in the year in which the election will be held.
That's correct. Yeah.
So at this point, it's indeterminate?
It is indeterminate. That's correct.
Okay,
It's
so we're
23/100ths of 1% of the general fund budget in
But we
the
don't
year.
even know what that is. We haven't passed that budget. That year doesn't exist yet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so no one's ever talked about that. These council members are going to vote for a percentage on a number that we didn't pass yet.
That's correct.
So are they going to engineer that?
The general fund
See,
budget?
here's the thing. The ranked choice voting organization gave us $711,000. That's who gave it to us. Not me, not Bob Page at the ROV, the advocacy group who really wants this to happen. And God bless, they're allowed to push it. But I want to be clear that this is lawyering that has no specificity, Councilmember Go. So as much as you're trying to clear things up, know one thing, okay, because I know you're a numbers person. It is 0.23% of an indeterminate number. Unless I'm wrong, and Jeff, I need you to tell me I'm wrong, we have not passed a budget for that year cycle because the next general election is 2028. And yes, I literally just discovered this reading it. I know you're smiling, but this is life and death for a lot of people here. I've been doing this for a lot of years. It's not funny. Tell me. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And if I'm right, hopefully my colleagues will change it.
The budget for 2028 doesn't exist yet.
Okay, so it's 0.23% on a denominator that doesn't exist. It's 0.23% times what? What's the mathematical? Maybe William knows. What's the math for that? I'm not a math person.
Is it possible to just give us a range, 710 to 750, instead of doing the percentage? It's a projection for the whatever. If you do a linear projection of the budget as it grows, it comes up with the number. Let's just use 711 to 750 as a guide. Instead of this, I could see where the voters might get confused because they're not going to want to do that.
I mean, whoever's doing the counter argument, and I hope we're all going to, and Jeff, you're going to draft it, honestly, right? It's going to say 0.33% of a number that hasn't been passed by the city council yet, so we don't know what that number is going to be.
Okay. Well. Unless
we change that. Anyway, I'm just pointing that out. So, and then the other thing is, so I do want to get back to that, but it's an evergreen thing. So if the people pass it, we just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. But again, the problem is it's based on a percent. Yeah, if that changes, that may change. But right now, it's evergreen.
It's evergreen in two ways, just to be complete. It's evergreen in that if the test is not satisfied prior to the 2028 election, it will be asked again prior to the next city council or mayoral election. It's evergreen in that way. And it's evergreen in that once the test is satisfied, we will do ranked choice voting forever,
right.
Evergreen, unless the voters make a decision to change it at some point in the future.
Okay, so if the council wanted to have a range with a number, like a number certain, let's say a number that we could put in the arguments, a number we could put in your, what do you guys call it?
The impartial analysis?
Yeah, I mean, impartially, you're going to have to say it's 0.23% of nothing right now. So, council members, you're welcome. Because I would make you absolutely say that, and you have to say that because you cannot determine what that is not. There is no budget yet, so you're going to have to say something like that. I mean, we can't do it right now, but since we're drafting here, you cannot say impartially that is a determinable number. I mean, you could say those words, but it would really be fair to voters if there's no budget passed. Then talk about talk about accountability and transparency. Oh my gosh. 0.23% of a then current budget that hasn't been passed yet by the city council. A to be passed number. I mean, it's a nice idea, but I'm hopeful that we could put a real number in there. But
Councilmember Carroll, just for the record, I want to be super clear about this. Just to be 100% clear, the impartial analysis is something I write alone, completely independent of any influence from any council member or anybody else. And so I want to be clear because we're talking about it in this context, but in the end, it's my responsibility and only my responsibility.
That's fine. And I want to be clear. if it doesn't make that clear, then it's probably, in my opinion, one of the most one of the many, possibly deceptive things possible. And we see a lot of deception at all levels of government, of course. But, as we talk about trust in levels of government, and we talked about, some of the even talked about it a little bit. We really do try our best to make this work on the local level, and that would be a drag. Anyway, I hope we can fix that. I would defer to the makers of the motion. And thank you, Mayor. I know I went over. I apologize.
Thank you. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Since we were talking about who might write the arguments for or against, I just wanted to say that I'm happy to volunteer to write or lead the writing of the for argument. I welcome anybody who wants to help. In terms of the against argument, I think that is the appropriate place for Councilmember Carroll to be putting these concerns. I have to say, I really object to him trying to bully our city attorney into
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order.
Please state your
point of personal privilege. It is too late to be subjected to this false narrative. So I respectfully ask my colleague to refrain from that, please. Please. Could you please refrain from that?
So it's really inappropriate for council.
Point of order. I thought do I have the floor, Mayor? Who has the floor?
Yes.
It is, it's not dignified. It doesn't follow proper rules of decorum. And it's unfair. Respectfully. I just want to say that. And I'm glad we have 60 people in the room. It's unfair. It's unfair. Thank you, Mayor.
Your point is well taken.
Okay, so again, it is really inappropriate for Councilmember Carroll to be bullying our city attorney into trying to change this objective evaluation to fit his narrative. It puts the city attorney in a difficult position, which I have to say he's frequently in, where he has to, he works for us. He has to push back against one of us, or else he might appear biased and affect his relationships with the rest of us. I think that's inappropriate. And I do want to remind Councilmember Carroll of the rules of decorum, which prevent that sort of behavior. Thank you.
All right. Let me just say that we're all grown-ups here. Mr. Melching fields a lot of hard questions, and that's his job. Not every disagreement is a case of bullying. That's my observation. And I think people would be well advised to stop hurling accusations against one another at this dais or elsewhere. With that,
Point of order? Point of order?
What is your point of order?
I just want to ask if that does apply to you also, hurling accusations that we're being disingenuous or we have a political motivation. I just ask for it to be equitable, that's all. Thank you.
We'll proceed with the business at hand. Is there a motion in front of us now?
There is, but we're still missing authors.
All right. Councilmember Treseder volunteered. I think you can take on 2 other council members if they wish to join you. I think that's the appropriate next inquirers. Anybody else want to join Councilmember Treseder in making the affirmative argument for this measure? I guess can, assuming she's the sole author of the affirmative argument, can there be others who join her from the community or not?
Not from the community, no.
No. So, absent any others, she will be the sole author of the affirmative argument.
That's correct.
All right. so be it. Is that embedded now in the motion?
If it's amenable to the maker and the second, absolutely.
Is it amenable to the maker of the motion
Yes, to me, but
and the second? All right. Anything further?
Well, I didn't say it was okay for me. It wasn't. I didn't say anything. So, but yes, it's okay.
Is and then I guess there needs to be a call for an opposition argument if any council members wish to have that designated now. Is that correct?
That's correct. And as you noted before, if there's nobody that falls in that category, it'll just move down to the next tier
It'll
of eligible
devolve to
authors.
a solicitation of somebody in the community.
Yes.
Very well. Are there any volunteers? There being none, there will be none appointed tonight. Okay.
I'll sign on against.
You wish to be an author against?
Yes.
All right. Is there anybody else who wishes to join Vice Mayor Mai in that opposition argument? There being none, it will be, just to restate it, it will be Councilmember Treseder, the sole author of the affirmative argument, and Vice Mayor Mai, the sole author of the negative argument. All right. If everything's in order, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
No.
Mayor Agron.
No.
Carries 4-3 with Councilmember Carroll, Vice Mayor Mai, and Mayor Agron voting no.
That, thank you. Thank you all for staying so late. I think that concludes our business for the evening and early morning. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Moved by Councilmember Liu. I'll second the motion. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll. Yes. Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 7-0.
Meeting's adjourned.